Hidden deep beneath the silent sands and in the darkness of rock are the imprints of worlds whose very existence seems impossible. They were built by those whose names have long been erased from the Earth's memory. Modern science tends to dismiss this as mere coincidence, but irrefutable evidence suggests otherwise. These are not mere myths, but real places on the planet where history itself seems to have defied its own rules. Imagine the lost city of Ubar, buried in the south of the Arabian Peninsula amid the endless ocean of dunes of the Rub al-Khali. It is a lifeless kingdom, reclaimed forever by the desert. For centuries, weary caravanners passed on the legend of a mythical oasis hidden beneath the sands. It was said that its walls shimmered in the moonlight and its towers sparkled in the sun as if carved from pure crystal. It was known by many names: Iram, the city of pillars, Ubar, or simply a cursed place that the heavens themselves had wiped from the face of the earth. No one could show the way to it. But every ancient tale began with the same plot. A lone traveler, lost in the waves of sand, accidentally stumbled upon something the human eye should not have seen. In ancient Arabic manuscripts, Ubar is described as the citadel of those who dared to challenge the heavens. Legends say its inhabitants were unspeakably rich. Their pride knew no bounds. They erected gigantic pillars, piercing the clouds, and hid treasures beneath them that could buy the whole world. But one fateful day, the sky fell silent, the wind died down, and the earth beneath the city shook in its death throes. And at dawn, where only yesterday majestic towers had reached toward the sun, only a lifeless, smooth sea of sand stretched out. For a long time, this story was considered nothing more than a fairy tale, a horror story told by Bedouins around the campfire to scare off unwary travelers. But at the end of the 20th century, the legend suddenly took on flesh and blood. A team of researchers, armed with the latest technology, turned the dispassionate gaze of a satellite onto the desert. And there, in space, an incredible picture unfolded. A network of ancient, long-forgotten caravan routes, converging like arteries at a single point. In the very heart of the dead zone, where seemingly nothing but sand could exist, the images captured ghostly contours and straight lines, as if the skeleton of ancient architecture had been frozen in time beneath the dunes. Archaeologist Nicholas Clapp assembled an expedition and led it on a search. With every step deeper into the desert, the sand became shifting, the air thick and heavy, and even the most modern navigational instruments began to malfunction. Then, one evening, as the crimson sun sank below the horizon, the ground beneath the explorers' feet suddenly gave way. They stood frozen on the edge of a gigantic chasm, a gaping wound leading to the very bowels of the planet. It was the entrance to a dead city. Ruins emerged beneath centuries of sand, fragments of walls, and the remains of towers composed of white stone that had been scorched black and melted in places. Some fragments looked as if the stone had once flowed, like wax, scorched by unimaginable heat. Fragments of strange vessels, remnants of jewelry, and evidence of the last caravan stops lay scattered everywhere. But the most astonishing thing was something else. The nature of the destruction bore no resemblance to a slow decline under the weight of time. It was a catastrophe, sudden and final. The city seemed to have truly vanished into the earth, just as ancient legends had described. Scientists quickly advanced a hypothesis explaining the legend with a real geological phenomenon, the collapse of gigantic underground karst caves. Beneath the sands of Arabia lie colossal voids, eroded by water and wind over millennia. When the vaults of such caves give way, everything above ground instantly vanishes into the abyss, leaving no trace. However, this logical explanation failed to dispel the ominous aura of this place. Where did the traces of monstrous heat come from? Why did the stone turn black, as if struck by lightning, not on the surface, but tens of meters deep? Some researchers speculated about the fall of an ancient meteorite, others about a monstrous explosion of natural gas escaping from underground reservoirs. The local Bedouins, living tens of kilometers away, merely shook their heads silently, repeating that this was cursed land. As night falls, the desert around Ubar seems to come alive. Sand swirls rise in columns, as if whispering in a long-forgotten language. The few who dared to remain there reported strange flashes of light over the dunes and dull sounds, like the clanking of metal deep underground. One of the expedition members wrote in his diary, "A faint but constant vibration could be felt beneath his feet, as if somewhere below, in the pitch darkness, a giant invisible mechanism was at work." Official science chalked it all up to optical illusions and heat exhaustion, but the very atmosphere of Ubar rebels against any rational explanation. When photographs of the ruins spread around the world, the scientific community agreed. The discovered city could very well be the Iram of legend. The remains of its fortifications, ancient highways, and traces of trade routes matched the descriptions perfectly. But the more answers they found, the more questions arose. Who dared to erect these towers in the middle of a parched desert, where there was not a drop of water, not a hint of life? Why were the building materials so strikingly different from the surrounding rocks? And most importantly, what force caused an entire city to vanish in an instant? Today, Ubar is a place without roads. Its coordinates are marked on maps, but the sands jealously seal all entrances. Only occasionally does the wind expose a fragment of the ancient wall for a few days, only to soon bury it again. The desert guards its secret, not allowing outsiders too close. Perhaps that's why it is still spoken of in whispers. Not as an archaeological site, but as an eternal reminder. Even the greatest civilizations can be wiped from the face of the earth overnight, leaving behind only a quiet echo in the sands that no one will ever be able to decipher. At the beginning of the 19th century, an artifact came to light in a small Hungarian village that immediately challenged everything known to historians. It was a book, a manuscript, every page covered in mysterious symbols, bizarre drawings, and glyphs, unlike any known language in the world. Its binding had rotted with age, the paper had yellowed, but the greatest secret lay within. The book was named after the place where it was discovered, the Rohonc Codex. Not a single word in it defied translation. It seemed to speak a language that had died long before humanity even invented writing. More than 400 pages were covered in thousands of mysterious symbols. They had nothing in common with Germanic runes, Arabic script, or Cyrillic. Each line was written with astonishing precision, as if its author had adhered to the strictest calligraphic rules rather than scribbling at random. Scattered among the text were dozens of illustrations, crosses, stars, scenes of battles, and collective prayers. From time to time, human figures appeared on the pages, clad in garments unlike any other in Europe. These images were a strange blend of the familiar and the utterly alien, as if they had been created by someone who had glimpsed some other parallel world. Experts from around the world struggled to unravel its mystery, trying to decipher even the structure of the text. It ran from right to left, contrary to European tradition. The characters were repeated, but any attempt to find a pattern in it was met with silence. Some pages resembled religious hymns, others military dispatches, but the key to deciphering them was lost forever. Even the most skilled cryptographers, who had cracked the most complex military ciphers, were forced to admit defeat. They declared that if this was a cipher, it was based on principles unknown to modern science. A theory soon emerged that the Codex was nothing more than an elaborate forgery. A 19th century hoaxer, it was claimed, had decided to play a prank on the academic world by creating a pseudo-ancient manuscript. However, radiocarbon dating of the paper dealt a crushing blow to this theory. It turned out that it was much older than previously thought, and had been produced in an era before Europe had even experienced mass printing. Some researchers have suggested that the text is written in a long-extinct dialect of Proto-Hungarian tribes. Others have proposed that it is a secret code of some religious sect hiding from persecution by the all-powerful church. Such a bizarre juxtaposition of different religions in one book would have seemed unthinkable in the Middle Ages. If this is not a hoax or a figment of a sick imagination, then we may be witnessing the only evidence of a forgotten faith that balanced on the edge of three worlds: Christianity, Islam, and ancient pagan nature worship. Scholars were particularly interested in illustrations depicting the sun and stars connected by mysterious lines. Some saw this as an encrypted astronomical calendar, others a star map. One page depicted a figure with a shining halo, holding not a cross, but something resembling a complex ancient instrument. Perhaps this was a direct allusion to lost knowledge, lost along with its bearers. Attempts to decipher the Codex continued for decades. The book passed from hand to hand, lost and found again, as if it were deciding who was worthy of its touch. A curious hypothesis is gaining ground among scholars. What if the text of the Rohonc Codex isn't a cipher at all, but simply a record in a language that predates all known civilizations? Then its author wasn't trying to hide anything, but simply recording his thoughts, never considering that his descendants wouldn't be able to understand them. In that case, the manuscript ceases to be a puzzle and becomes a priceless reflection of consciousness, a monologue of a man speaking to himself across the abyss of centuries. Some pages are so precisely drawn, as if they were drawn with a ruler, and every symbol seems sacred. One drawing depicts a figure standing against the backdrop of a ruined city, with a sign hanging above it, eerily resembling an all-seeing eye. This image has given rise to numerous legends that the book is a prophetic description of the end of the world, witnessed by its mysterious author. However, skeptics are convinced it is merely a collection of prayers written in a religious trance. Today, the Rohonc Codex rests behind bulletproof glass in the library of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences. A complete digital copy of its pages has never been created, and the text itself is rarely published. Scholars attribute this to the need to preserve the fragile paper. Curiously, there are persistent rumors among enthusiasts that some fragments of the Codex contain striking parallels with biblical and Islamic stories. One gets the eerie feeling that the book connects sacred texts separated by millennia, and does so as if it knows their common original source. Every attempt to get closer to the solution only provokes a new wave of anxiety. Those who have worked with the original describe a strange feeling, as if the text itself were staring back at them. Perhaps this is because there is nothing in it for our minds to grasp, no beginning, no end, no familiar logic, no meaning amenable to translation, only dead symbols, repeated from century to century, like the silent breath of those who wish to remain forever misunderstood. Thus, the Rohonc book remains the most mysterious manuscript in Europe. In a world where any code can be cracked, it is the only one that has defied both time and science. And while its pages remain hidden from the world, we can only guess whose thoughts they contain: a simple man, a great prophet, or a visitor from a world about which we know absolutely nothing. Let's travel to the southwestern shores of Japan, to the waters surrounding Yonaguni Island. Here, where the ocean sometimes becomes as clear as polished glass, lies a secret, dubbed the Stone City by local sailors. Picture this: 1986. A diver named Kihachiro Arataki, studying powerful underwater currents, makes a dive that will change his life forever. Suddenly, at a depth of about 25 meters, something appears before him that his mind refuses to accept as a creation of nature. Gigantic, perfectly level steps emerge from the sea's semi-darkness, as if carved from the rock by the ruler of some unknown giant. These steps extend deeper and deeper, forming colossal terraces, sheer walls, and mysterious corridors. Thus began one of the greatest archaeological mysteries of modern times. When the first images of this underwater anomaly leaked to the Japanese press, the scientific community was split in two. Some passionately argued that these were the ruins of an ancient city swallowed by the ocean in time immemorial. Others, their opponents, coldly insisted it was merely a bizarre play of nature, the result of millennia of wind and water. But the truth is, neither of these theories could fully explain what human eyes saw. The Yonaguni monument is something in between, a hybrid of wild rock and man-made ruins. One gets the strong impression that here nature itself and an unknown ancient man worked together, creating forms that we are unable to reproduce today. In this context, the famous Antikythera mechanism also appears to be a truly unique artifact. Having lain on the seabed for 2,000 years, it has become coated with only a thin layer of oxides, preserving its complex structure. The technology used in its creation is unparalleled among other finds of that era. This suggests that its creators possessed some secret that was lost and never used again. Sometimes, when the light falls on the bronze teeth of its gears at a certain angle, a strange illusion arises. It seems as if they are still turning. This is simply an optical illusion, a play of shadows that is impossible to escape. The device seems to breathe its own frozen life. Many visitors to the museum where it is housed remark on the strange sensation of standing next to the display case, as if the very air around them becomes denser. Perhaps it's simply the power of autosuggestion, but the impression remains incredibly powerful. Before us is not just a piece of metal, it is something immeasurably greater than the sum of its parts. The Antikythera mechanism serves as a perpetual reminder that human genius once grasped the harmony of the universe, only to lose that knowledge for unknown reasons. Its creators may not have considered themselves brilliant inventors. Perhaps they were simply copying what they saw when they gazed at the night sky. Each gear in this device resembles the orbit of a distant planet, and each revolution is like the inhalation and exhalation of the heavens themselves. Spend enough time contemplating this artifact, and it begins to seem as if it not only exists, but functions on some invisible inner level. It is a symbol of an era when humanity did not separate mathematics, faith, and art, but saw them as a single breath of the cosmos. And who knows, perhaps one day we will rediscover this lost memory. And then it will become clear that the Antikythera mechanism is no miracle. This is just a message from the times when people understood that stars, metal, and human thought are woven from the same matter. Let's return underwater to the Yonaguni monument. Its main mass stretches for almost 150 meters in length and reaches over 20 meters in height. Its stepped platforms are arranged with near-perfect mathematical symmetry. The corners are impeccably straight, and the surfaces are smooth, as if polished for hours by mysterious tools. In some areas, traces resembling saw cuts are clearly visible, arrow-straight lines that cannot be attributed to natural erosion. Geologist Masaki Kimura, who devoted a full decade to studying Yonaguni, is firmly convinced that this complex was man-made and sank underwater approximately 10,000 years ago, during an era when sea levels were much lower. If he's right, this monument is older than the Egyptian pyramids, older than any known city on the planet. On one of its levels, there's a passageway, very much like a tunnel, leading somewhere beneath the base of the gigantic structure. Nearby, you can discern something resembling a gate, adorned with massive rectangular protrusions. Scientists who sent underwater robots to explore the monument discovered a network of horizontal and vertical lines that perfectly match the logic of ancient architecture: staircases, remnants of columns, spacious platforms, and even something that closely resembles a spectator stand. Of course, skeptics object, pointing out that the basalt rocks in this region tend to fracture into even layers. However, Yonaguni's surface is full of perfect right angles and horizontal lines, perfectly aligned to within a degree for this to be a mere coincidence. Other artifacts were found near the main monument: stone blocks carefully arranged to form walls, and individual fragments resembling carved steps. All of this creates the overwhelming impression that we are looking at a veritable ancient city buried beneath a sea of water. Moreover, the entire Yonaguni structure is strictly oriented to the cardinal directions. The main staircase points precisely to the point on the horizon where the sun sets on the summer solstice, an extremely unlikely coincidence for a natural formation. And, on the monument's upper level, several stone slabs form a nearly perfect circle, with a diameter of approximately 10 meters, which could well have served as a ritual site. There's even a theory that Yonaguni is the surviving portion of the mythical continent of Mu, mentioned in ancient Japanese and Indonesian legends as a great land that sank beneath the waves. According to these legends, the sunken continent was inhabited by people possessing unique knowledge that no one since has been able to replicate. When the ocean began to encroach, they abandoned their homeland, leaving behind cities that still rest on the seabed. Archaeologists, of course, don't take such legends seriously, but the coincidence itself gives rise to speculation. When divers explored the complex at night, its walls seemed to come alive in the light of powerful spotlights covered in mysterious patterns. Upon closer inspection, it became clear this was no trick of light and shadow. Some of the slabs actually contained engravings, cryptic lines reminiscent of ancient symbols or star maps. Over the years, dozens of theories have emerged about Yonaguni. Some believe it is the ruins of an ancient city, first destroyed by a powerful earthquake and then swallowed by the rising ocean. Others suggest it was a place of power, a gigantic temple or sanctuary where the ancients worshipped powerful sea deities. There's also a more daring hypothesis. Yonaguni served as a prehistoric observatory, used by priests to observe the movements of the stars and predict the tides. Supporters of this theory point out that some of the monument's lines perfectly align with the constellation Orion and the star Sirius. The deep-sea silence only reinforces the impression that this place is not just ancient, it's alive. The water glides silently over the stone walls, refracting the sun's rays and creating the illusion that the stones are slowly moving. Divers report a strange hum that sometimes emanates from the very depths, a low, barely perceptible sound, like the beating of a giant heart. Some even claim that compasses go crazy and echo sounders malfunction near the monument. Perhaps this is simply the effect of the powerful currents, but an uneasy feeling lingers, as if someone or something still holds secrets here. For decades, the Japanese government has avoided making any official statements about Yonaguni. All research is conducted by private groups of enthusiasts who publish most of the data. Some finds, such as pottery fragments or clearly worked stones, have sparked heated debate, as they directly indicate human intervention. But official science prefers to remain cautious. No one wants to be the first to admit that 10,000 years ago, a civilization capable of building cities and possessing engineering expertise comparable to ours could have existed on Earth. There is evidence that other structures are hidden underwater several kilometers from the main monument. Straight walls, remains of pillars, and even traces of roads extend deep beneath a layer of sand. While these features remain inaccessible for direct study, even satellite images reveal anomalous seafloor features in these areas. All of this suggests that the Yonaguni monument may have been only a small part of a vast complex, perhaps an entire metropolis, destroyed by an unknown catastrophe. When you look at photographs of Yonaguni, it's impossible to shake the feeling that they are a message. The stones are arranged as if someone were trying to tell us their story, but all the words have been washed away by the water. Every corner, every step screams of a purpose, a will whose meaning now eludes us. This could have been a city, it could have been a temple, or perhaps it was simply the place where man and the ocean first met face to face. Today, Yonaguni remains one of the most intriguing underwater mysteries on our planet. On clear days, the water is so clear that the upper terraces can be seen right from the surface. They lie there, motionless and eternal, like an open book slammed shut by the hand of time itself. If the ocean could speak, it would probably tell us who erected these walls and why. But the ocean remains silent. Only the current whispers in the crevices of the rocks, repeating the same sound, like a breath that has lasted for thousands of years. Yonaguni reminds us, human history is not confined to dry land. There, beneath the water, in the thick darkness, where silence is thicker than air, lie pages we have yet to read. Perhaps one day, someone will once again descend into that blue abyss, and a searchlight will touch the wall, carved with words understood by all the peoples of the earth. But until then, the underwater city will wait. It does not call, does not threaten, and makes no demands. It simply preserves. Preserves, as if knowing that sooner or later, man will again yearn to understand where he came from. And the answer, quite possibly, has long since lain there, at the bottom where the sea touches the stars and the darkness becomes a mirror of memory. Now let's transport ourselves high above the earth, to the Nazca Plateau, which stretches out in the middle of the parched Peruvian desert. Here, thin, perfectly straight lines are etched into the ground, stretching to the horizon, as if drawn by the hand of an invisible giant. From the ground, they look like mere furrows in the sand, but rise into the air, and an incredible spectacle unfolds before your eyes. Gigantic figures come to life on the ground. Birds, snakes, spiders, a tiny hummingbird the size of a stadium, a man with his hand raised in greeting. Next to them are perfect geometric shapes, spirals, arrows, and roads leading to absolutely nowhere. These drawings cover an area of over 500 square kilometers and can only be seen from a bird's eye view. And the main question remains unanswered. Who, how, and, most importantly, why created them? But the main question, who were these creators and what message did they leave for eternity, still hangs in the scorching desert air. The Nazca Lines burst into the modern world's consciousness only in the 20th century, when steelbirds took to the skies and pilots, flying over this lifeless plateau, were astonished to see gigantic, inexplicable figures etched into the very earth. Almost a century has passed since then, but the mystery remains unsolved. Some scholars see in these geoglyphs a grand astronomical calendar. Others are convinced they are sacred sites for ancient rituals, and still others believe they are a desperate message addressed to the heavenly gods. It's possible that the truth lies in a combination of all these versions. Every straight line, every graceful curve here is executed with such mathematical precision that their true form is impossible to discern from the surface. To create something like this, the ancient masters must have possessed knowledge not only of geometry but also of perspective, seeing the world from a height inaccessible to humans. The Nazca Plateau is one of the driest and most lifeless places on our planet. Rain here is merely a myth, a visitor who has not visited here for millennia. It is this eternal aridity that has become the guardian of this ancient wonder. A tireless wind, like a careful restorer, blows away the top layer of dark dust, revealing the light soil beneath. The shadows cast in these furrows create a striking illusion of volume. Walking along these furrows, one involuntarily feels like a dwarf, following the blueprints left by the Cyclopes. Some lines stretch for tens of kilometers, maintaining a perfect straightness, without deviating even a single degree. All around is a ringing void and absolute silence. Only the whistling wind and the whisper of sand disturb this age-old peace. It seems as if this entire gigantic canvas was created for a single viewer, the one watching us from above. Scientists around the world are struggling to understand the meaning of these enigmatic figures. German archaeologist Maria Reicher dedicated her entire life to this mystery, devoting herself to studying the Nazca Lines. Her main theory was that before us lies a gigantic open-air observatory, where each figure and line serves as a marker for the path of the sun, moon, and distant stars. Indeed, on the solstices, sunlight falls precisely along specific lines, and shadows precisely follow the contours of the ancient drawings. However, not all researchers share this view, as many of the lines don't fit into any known celestial cycle, as if they obey some entirely different, lost logic. Another, equally compelling hypothesis links these drawings to water, the desert's most precious resource. The ancient civilizations that inhabited these areas relied entirely on meager underground springs, and it's entirely possible that the lines served as a kind of sacred map, pointing the way to life-giving moisture. On Nazca ceramics, we find the same images: a spider, a monkey, creatures strongly associated with rain and fertility in their mythology. Moreover, excavations have revealed that many of these gigantic drawings conceal ancient wells and entire systems of underground channels. This may mean that the geoglyphs were sacred symbols, prayers addressed to the spirits of water. But the main question remains, why such incredible scale? Why can these messages only be read from the sky? Naturally, where science reaches a dead end, the imagination conjures up the wildest visions. Theories of extraterrestrial intervention periodically surface. Proponents of this theory claim that the lines could have served as landmarks or even landing strips for spacecraft observing the Earth from a great height. Indeed, some sections of the plateau are covered with long parallel stripes, strikingly reminiscent of modern runways. But no physical evidence, no traces of burning, no fragments of unknown mechanisms has been found throughout the entire period of research. All we have are perfect lines, as if drawn not by human hand, but by the power of thought. When archaeologists were able to date the drawings, they discovered that they began to appear approximately 2,500 years ago. This time coincides with the flourishing of the indigenous civilization known to us as the Nazca culture. These people lived in simple adobe houses, used primitive tools, and knew nothing of the wheel or metalworking. How did they manage to create something so grandiose, one that only fully reveals itself from a height of several hundred meters? Some speculate that they may have used something akin to hot air balloons, enormous fabric domes filled with hot air. But this is merely speculation. No evidence has been found to support this. The most striking thing is the feeling that comes over you when you look at these lines. From space, they appear as mere scratches, but from an airplane, the desert ceases to be just a desert. It transforms into a gigantic message, a mysterious code with neither beginning nor end. There are no letters or words here. Each figure seems to live its own life, echoing the breath of the earth itself. Here, a hummingbird, its wings spread hundreds of meters, is frozen in an eternal flight toward the sun. Here, a monkey has curled its tail into a perfect spiral, and here, a mysterious little man with porthole eyes gazes straight into the heavens. Some researchers are convinced that all these figures are connected by a complex geometric system. If you connect their intersection points, you can create patterns reminiscent of ancient diagrams of cosmic harmony, similar to musical intervals or mathematical sequences. This suggests that the drawings are not a chaotic collection of images, but a single complex symphony, where each line is a note and each figure a chord. The Nazca Lines are a message written not in words, but in form itself. It has survived millennia, sandstorms, and successive civilizations. We don't know to whom it was addressed, but it still lies there, under the scorching sun, untouched by time. Perhaps these drawings were not intended for human eyes. They were created for the gods to see. Locals to this day call this plateau the land where they dialogue with the heavens. According to ancient legends, the lines served as ritual paths for priests. During times of severe drought, they would emerge into the desert at night and slowly move along the contours of the sacred figures, lighting torches. From above, these processions must have looked like animated fire drawings, like a fiery plea for rain sent into the dark sky. As the sun sinks below the horizon, the air above the desert stills, and long shadows emphasize the depth of the lines. In these moments, it seems as if time itself has stood still, and the ancient drawings begin to breathe. People fortunate enough to visit this sacred place speak of a strange, all-encompassing tranquility, as if an invisible force fills the entire space. Perhaps This is because the Nazca Lines are more than just marks on the earth. They are a tangible reflection of the eternal human desire to be heard by the universe. Now, let's travel to another place where stone learned to speak, to the very heart of the Jordanian desert, to the city of Petra. It is nestled among the lifeless cliffs of the Wadi Musa Valley, where the red sand turns to fiery dust in the wind. This city could not be built in the conventional sense. It could only be carved, extracted from the planet's stony heart. Petra was born from the rock itself, as if the earth itself had one day decided to become the greatest architect. There's only one route to the city, through the narrow, winding Sikh, a canyon that feels like a corridor between worlds, like a portal through time. Its walls rise tens of meters, almost meeting overhead, turning a strip of sky into a thin blue river. And then, after a kilometer-long walk in the cool shade, the canyon suddenly opens, revealing a heart-stopping spectacle. The facade blazes in the rays of the rising sun like a flame frozen in stone. This is Al-Khazneh, the famous treasury temple, whose unearthly beauty seems illusory even when you touch it with your hand. Petra was the capital of the Nabateans, a mysterious nomadic people who learned not only to survive in the desert, but to tame it. These people left behind no books or chronicles. Their history was written not with ink, but with a chisel on sandstone. Only the stone facades of majestic temples, palaces and tombs, carved directly into the mountainside, preserve the memory of their legacy. Petra's architects didn't simply build, they spoke their own unique language of stone. They were brilliant compilers, incorporating the ideas of foreign cultures. Every element of their creations is executed with such impeccable symmetry, with a subtle understanding of geometry and light that many modern engineers could never dream of. On the building facades, Greek columns from the Hellenistic period sit alongside Babylonian motifs and Eastern symbols. The influence of both ancient Egypt and Magna Graecia can be seen here. However, this eclecticism creates such perfect harmony that it evokes not the slightest dissonance. The morning sun's rays, falling on the facades at just the right angle, create an incredible illusion of movement. The stone ceases to be dead, it lives and breathes. Petra was founded over 2,000 years ago, but its architectural techniques speak of knowledge derived from much older civilizations. However, the main secret of Petra's prosperity, its true miracle, lies not in the beauty of its facades, but in the way its creators conquered death itself. The desert. The city is located in one of the driest valleys of the Arabian Peninsula, where rain is a rare occurrence. Nevertheless, the Nabateans created an ingenious system of canals, aqueducts, and reservoirs, thanks to which their capital was immersed in verdure. Every drop of precious moisture that fell from the sky was caught, collected in drains carved into the rock, and channeled into enormous underground cisterns. Every crack in the stone became part of this great system. Their engineering mastery was so perfect that Petra could provide clean water for tens of thousands of residents and even create luxurious gardens. This marvel of engineering is no less impressive than the majestic temples. The main one, Al-Khazneh, is carved from a single pink cliff and reaches almost 40 meters in height. Its facade is decorated with columns, statues, and bas-reliefs. And all of this is a single monolith, crafted from stone without a single building block. Ancient legends say that it was here that one of the pharaohs hid his countless treasures, fleeing the persecution of Moses. But inside, there is no gold or jewels, only a resonant emptiness and echoes. Perhaps this is Petra's main symbol. Its secret lies not in its treasures, but in its unearthly beauty itself. Beyond the temple, an entire city opens up, with streets carved into the rock, palace facades, and staircases reaching straight to the sky. There's even a massive amphitheater here, capable of accommodating several thousand people and also carved entirely from the mountainside. Traces of ancient chisels are still visible on its walls, but its entire structure is crafted with perfect acoustic and geometric precision. Archaeologists are convinced that achieving such a level of stonework would have been impossible without sophisticated metal tools, yet the Nabateans left behind only stone traces. How did they achieve such incredible precision? This question remains unanswered. The tombs are particularly impressive. Their facades are decorated with intricate ornamentation, and the entrances are so narrow that the sun only shines through for a few minutes a day. Inside, the halls are perfectly smooth, empty, polished to a mirror shine. Some of them have a unique acoustic effect. A spoken word creates a hum, as if the stone itself were responding. But one day, at the height of its power, the city fell silent. Petra, which had flourished for centuries, suddenly became empty. The people simply left, and the stone remained. Life stood still, as if by some invisible will. Scholars theorize that the desolation was caused by devastating earthquakes and the shifting trade routes that deprived the city of its wealth. However, there is no evidence of war or large-scale destruction. The sands of centuries slowly engulfed the streets, and Petra became a ghost town until it was rediscovered in the 19th century by the Swiss explorer Johann Burckhardt, who disguised himself as an Arab merchant and managed to pass through the sacred Sikh. And when that facade appeared before his eyes, he realized this was no ordinary city. It was a mirage, given flesh and blood in stone. From that moment on, Petra became an eternal symbol of mystery, ingenious architecture, and the deafening silence of centuries. Here, in these rock-hewn halls, ancient rituals likely took place, where the human voice, transformed into prayer, echoed off the walls fashioned by nature itself. With the coming of night, the city is completely transformed. The sand, scorched by the day, gives up its last warmth. The air becomes crystal clear, and in the ghostly moonlight, the stones take on a deep, almost blue hue. At these hours, Petra seems like a vast, sleeping creature. The shadows stretch and dance, as if the invisible inhabitants of antiquity are once again treading their long-forgotten paths. Elders from the local tribes swear that it is on such nights that the wind carries to them the ghostly sounds of flutes and drums, echoes of celebrations that thundered here thousands of years ago. Anyone who has ever stayed in Petra after sunset reports the same thing. A strange, almost tangible sense of an invisible presence. Modern technology has allowed us to peer even deeper, revealing new horizons to this mystery. It turns out that another city, a network of halls and galleries, is hidden underground, right beneath tourists' feet. Radar images, piercing the rock, have revealed gigantic structures extending tens of meters beneath the foundations of the main churches. Some of these underground structures are connected by corridors that don't appear on any world map. What if everything we see today is just a tiny visible tip of the iceberg? What if the real, true Petra is still hidden from our eyes underground? Scientists continue to study every inch of these rocks, but with each answer, the number of questions only grows. Why are elements so clearly visible in the architecture of this city, matching the proportions of Egyptian and Greek temples down to the smallest detail, yet the entire structure is oriented with incredible precision to the stars? How can we explain the fact that the facades of some buildings are perfectly aligned with the sunrise and sunset points on the solstices? And who, ultimately, passed on this sacred knowledge to the Nabateans, teaching them how to transform dead stone into living, breathing space? Here in Petra, everything was built around the light. At dawn, the first rays of the sun bathed the facades approaching the city from the east. By midday, when the sun is at its zenith, they are filled with a rich golden glow, and at sunset, the walls literally burst into blood-red flames. The color of the stone changes 3 times a day, as if the city lives to its own rhythm, inhaling at dawn and exhaling at sunset. As the last rays consume the walls, a striking sensation arises as Petra dissolves into the twilight, vanishing, only to be reborn with the first light of a new day. This makes it resemble a mythical creature, capable of dying and being reborn every day. The local Bedouins firmly believe the city was never truly abandoned. Their legends say that the hearts of the ancient builders still beat underground, and the very walls retain the warmth of their breath. For them, Petra is not a pile of rubble, but the living heart of the desert. For here are no ruins in the conventional sense. Here is memory, frozen in eternity. Petra is more than just an architectural marvel. It is a song of time, embodied in stone. It is devoid of any superfluity, only perfect form, the play of light, and all-consuming silence. Perhaps this is why its grandeur is beyond words. Standing before its facades, you feel not pride in humanity, but the deepest humility. If people were able to carve an entire city from a monolithic mountain, it means they once knew how to speak the same language with eternity. And Petra is their answer. Not a letter, not a message. This breath, imprinted in rock, reminds the world, thousands of years later, that everything created from stone and light does not vanish without a trace. It merely awaits the moment when man learns to see again. Now, let's travel across the ocean, to another continent, to the very heart of Mexico, where Teotihuacan lies, the city where the gods are born. That's what the Aztecs named it, arriving 1,000 years after its last inhabitants had already abandoned their homes. To this day, no one can say with certainty who built this grandiose metropolis. No chronicles, no names of rulers, not even legends about its creators have survived. Time has erased everything, leaving us only silent stones, majestic temples and pyramids erected with such mathematical and astronomical precision that even today they inspire awe. The city's main thoroughfare is the so-called Avenue of the Dead. It stretches for several kilometers, like a gigantic runway, connecting three colossal structures: the Pyramid of the Sun, the Pyramid of the Moon, and the Pyramid of the Feathered Serpent. But these are more than just architectural structures. Before us lies perfect geometry, embodied in stone, where every line, every angle, is subordinated to the movement of celestial bodies. The Pyramid of the Sun rises almost 70 meters above the valley floor, and its base is comparable in area to the Great Pyramid of Giza. However, unlike that Egyptian wonder, it is not constructed from individual stone blocks. Its core is millions of tons of compressed earth, faced with slabs of the most durable basalt. How did the ancient builders achieve such perfect symmetry without modern tools or even writing? This question continues to spark heated debate in the scientific community. Each tier of this gigantic pyramid is aligned with impeccable precision. Recent research has revealed that directly beneath it lies an artificial cave, a tunnel extending deep underground. Its walls are covered with crushed minerals that reflect light, creating a shimmering effect. At the very center of this subterranean chamber, a circular chamber was discovered, filled with hundreds of ceramic figurines, perfectly polished golden balls, and traces of liquid mercury. Some archaeologists have advanced a startling hypothesis. Perhaps this was a symbolic subterranean sky, a reflection of the cosmos created within the Earth's depths. The entire Teotihuacan was designed with incredible, almost superhuman precision. All its streets are oriented toward the surrounding mountains, and the angles of key buildings perfectly align with the positions of the stars in Orion's belt. But that's not the most astonishing thing. The distances between Teotihuacan's three main pyramids precisely mirror the proportions of the three great pyramids of Giza in ancient Egypt. However, between these two civilizations stretch thousands of kilometers of ocean and thousands of years of history. Is this an incredible coincidence, or echoes of some unified knowledge transmitted through the centuries by means unknown to us? Who were these people? Not a single text, not a single inscription, not a single name. Nothing has been discovered. Teotihuacan, which covers approximately 20 square kilometers, was created according to a single master plan, making its harmony and scale absolutely unique even by modern standards. When the Spanish conquistadors first heard tales of Teotihuacan, they were certain that only giants could have built such a city. Indeed, the scale of this place defies human perception. Scholars have determined that the city was completely abandoned by its inhabitants around the 6th century CE. It wasn't destroyed by war or cataclysm. People simply left, leaving behind perfectly preserved houses, temples, and roads. The reasons for this mass exodus remain one of history's greatest mysteries. Perhaps a prolonged drought or a radical shift in religious beliefs was to blame. When the Aztecs arrived centuries later, they found the ghost city in perfect condition and immediately declared it sacred, the cradle of the gods. According to their myths, it was here that the sun first rose over the world after the Great Flood. Archaeologists excavating the temples discovered traces of brightly colored paint on their walls. This suggests that the entire city was once covered in colorful, detailed frescoes. They depict strange creatures, people in bizarre masks, mythical birds, and symbols resembling streams of energy. One of the most famous scenes depicts a figure with powerful green rays erupting from its chest. This may be a sun god or some abstract symbol of the birth of life. The style of these paintings is so unique that it has no parallel in any other pre-Columbian American culture. Moreover, inside the Pyramid of the Feathered Serpent, archaeologists made a grisly discovery. Over 100 human skeletons, evidence of mass sacrifices carried out with terrifying method. Each victim's hands were bound behind their backs, and their skulls were pointed directly toward the center of the pyramid. This suggests a complex belief system in which death was not the end, but merely part of an eternal cycle of rebirth. These people likely believed that by giving their lives, they maintained cosmic balance and nourished their gods with power. This city is governed by sacred numbers. Its language is architecture, and its writing is symmetry. At the northern end of the Avenue of the Dead stands the Pyramid of the Moon. From its summit, a perfect view of the sacred volcano Cerro Gordo opens up. It is as if nature itself were inscribed within a grand ritual complex. It was from here that the priests could observe the sky, counting the cycles of the sun, moon, and distant stars. Modern research using ground-penetrating radar has revealed a network of underground tunnels beneath Teotihuacan. Some directly connect the pyramids, while others disappear into obscurity, ending in the instrument maps. In one of these tunnels, entire layers of mica, a rare mineral resistant to high temperatures, were found. Its origin remains a mystery, as the nearest deposits of this mineral are located in South America, thousands of kilometers away. This may indicate that the city's builders possessed trade connections or technologies that modern science cannot yet even begin to fathom. It is hypothesized that this city was not only a religious center, but also a place of learning, a kind of ancient academy of sciences. Perhaps priests and sages from various tribes flocked here to study the movement of celestial bodies and unravel the mysteries of time. Teotihuacan may have been a center where knowledge was revered as the highest sacred thing. At night, when the Milky Way spreads over the silent pyramids, it seems as if heaven and earth merge. The stone peaks reflect the stars like mirrors, and everything around them freezes in sacred silence. Even after 2,000 years, the city of Teotihuacan continues to radiate a mysterious, almost tangible power. Tourists who climb to the top of the Pyramid of the Sun claim to feel a strange pressure in their chests, as if the very air there becomes denser. Local shamans call this the breath of the earth. Teotihuacan is more than just a dead city. It is the memory of a civilization that knew how to think in terms of stars and build from time. Without leaving behind any names, they perhaps believed that great knowledge belonged not to man, but to the universe itself. When you find yourself among these gigantic stones, beneath the same sky where the stars shine just as they did thousands of years ago, you realize you're not among ruins, but inside a living temple. Here, the planet itself breathes through the stone, reminding you of what was forgotten but never disappeared. It waits for man to once again raise his eyes to the sky. while Teotihuacan amazes us with its history. On the other side of the world, on Salisbury Plain, lies Stonehenge. The wind here blows unimpeded between the rolling hills, and the tall grass whispers beneath the low leaden clouds. And in the midst of this landscape stand the stones, arranged in a perfect circle. In this place, the silence itself seems older than the earth beneath our feet. Enormous blocks of grey sandstone rise straight from the earth, like frozen sentinels of time. They are several thousand years old, yet they still maintain their strict order, as if awaiting some signal that should have sounded long ago, but never did. Every stone here is set with astonishing mathematical precision. The diameter of the outer circle is approximately 30 meters, and some of the boulders weigh over 20 tons, the equivalent of 3 fully grown elephants. However, the main mystery of Stonehenge lies not in its size, but in the origin of the stones. The main, largest megaliths were quarried 30 kilometers away. But the so-called bluestones, smaller in size, arrived from Wales, an incredible distance of over 200 kilometers. How, pray tell, did Stone Age people manage to transport them here? This question remains unanswered, as neither the wheel nor draft animals capable of moving such a colossus existed at that time. Imagine a world without roads or complex machinery. Looking at Stonehenge from a bird's eye view, you might think it's just a chaotic jumble of gigantic stones. But this impression is deceptive. A closer look reveals the truth. It's not just a circle, but a complex astronomical instrument, tuned to the movements of celestial bodies. On the summer solstice, the longest day of the year, the rising sun appears directly over the heelstone, its rays piercing the megalith's central corridor. And on the shortest day, the winter solstice, the sun sets at the opposite point. This coincidence cannot be accidental. The ancient builders who erected this monument possessed a profound understanding of the cycles of the sun and moon. They understood celestial geometry and were capable of constructing structures with astonishing, almost minute by degree precision. Modern scholars believe the first stone pillars were erected here around 5,000 years ago. However, archaeological layers beneath the foundations tell an even more ancient story. This place was sacred long before the stones appeared. Perhaps it was here, at this sacred center, that tribes from all over ancient Britain flocked to greet the sunrise, celebrate the equinox, and perform their mysterious rituals. Near the stone circle, archaeologists uncovered the remains of ancient settlements and numerous human burials. Some of the deceased were buried with incredible ritual precision, their faces facing due east, and skillfully crafted stone tools and necklaces of solar amber lay nearby. These finds eloquently demonstrate that Stonehenge was more than just an observatory for observing the stars. It was a sanctuary, a place of power, where the worlds of the living and the dead intersected. When full-scale investigations began, it became clear that the stones formed a complex system of several concentric circles. Within the largest of these is a horseshoe-shaped arch, constructed of colossal vertical blocks capped with massive horizontal slabs. Each of these slabs was perfectly fitted and aligned, and they were secured using the mortise and tenon technique, a technique typically used in woodworking, but applied here to multi-ton stone. A true engineering marvel of its time, it allowed the structure to stand for thousands of years, withstanding the onslaught of wind and rain. Some researchers theorize that Stonehenge may have served not only as a calendar, but also as an ancient healing center. In the Welsh mountains, where the famous bluestones were originally sourced, legends of their healing powers still linger. It's entirely possible that thousands of years ago, people made long and arduous pilgrimages to these stones in hopes of healing, believing that the Earth's energy itself flowed through these megaliths. A study of bones found in nearby burials reveals evidence of severe, healed injuries. It's as if those who sought salvation here truly found it. But the greatest mystery of Stonehenge is who built this grandiose structure, and for what purpose. There's not a single inscription, drawing, or name on the stones. It seems as if the builders wanted the stones to speak for themselves. Perhaps this was a portal for communication with the heavens, where ancient priests measured not just time, but eternity itself. There's another, no less intriguing theory. Stonehenge may have functioned as a giant acoustic resonator. It has been established that, at certain lunar positions, a low-frequency hum, barely perceptible to the human ear, is generated between the stones. Modern acousticians have confirmed that the megalith structure indeed amplifies low frequencies, creating a powerful vibrational effect. It's possible that ancient shamans used this sound in their rituals to induce trance or awaken the earth itself. Standing in the center of this stone circle, all sense of time truly vanishes. The air seems electric, and every step echoes hollowly in the ancient earth. The horizon seems closer here than anywhere else. Those fortunate enough to be here at dawn describe how the first rays of sunlight filter through the stone arch, bathing the entire circle in a soft golden glow for a brief moment. In that moment, the realization dawns. Stonehenge is more than just a monument. It is a living instrument, perfectly attuned to the breath of the universe. And although today this place is fenced off from tourists, thousands still gather here on the summer solstice. They greet the dawn in reverent silence, just as their ancestors did millennia ago. Stonehenge needs no explanation. It simply stands because it must stand. And for a moment, the same sun once seen by its enigmatic builders is reflected in the eyes of modern man. This is a message from an era when man did not separate himself from nature, but was part of its great breath. And as the stones continue to close their eternal circle, it seems as if this ancient mechanism still works, measuring not minutes and hours, but eternity itself. Let's travel to southeastern Turkey, to a hilltop where the earth is scorched by a merciless sun and the dry wind carries only the scent of dust and stone. It was here that archaeologists made a discovery that shocked the world. They discovered Göbekli Tepe, a temple complex that turned out to be older than all known civilizations. This sanctuary is over 12,000 years old, and its existence has completely revolutionized our understanding of the dawn of human history. When Professor Klaus Schmidt first saw these mounds, he, like many before him, dismissed them as mere burial mounds. But as soon as excavations began, circles of gigantic, dressed stone slabs emerged from beneath the topsoil. These megaliths stood upright, forming concentric rings. At the center of each circle rose two T-shaped monoliths, each weighing nearly 20 tons. Their surfaces were covered in intricate carvings: lions and snakes, foxes, wild boars, and flocks of birds. These stone animals, seemingly brought to life in the rays of the sun, created the impression that before us lay not just ornamentation, but a forgotten language spoken by the ancient land itself. What's most astonishing is that Göbekli Tepe was built by a community of hunters and gatherers, people who had yet to learn agriculture or metalworking. They had no cities or permanent settlements, yet they were able to build a temple that required incredible organization and colossal labor. The quarrying, processing, transportation over many kilometers, and installation of stone blocks weighing tens of tons, all this indicates that Göbekli Tepe's creators possessed a complex social structure, architectural knowledge, and a developed faith thousands of years before humanity officially entered the age of civilization. Scholars suggest that this sanctuary was a ritual center uniting disparate tribes. No traces of dwellings or hearths have been found here, suggesting its purely sacred purpose. People came here from far and wide to participate in shared rites. Perhaps it was a place of worship for ancestral spirits or powerful forces of nature. The T-shaped monoliths themselves resemble stylized human figures. Some of them feature carved arms, belts, and even loincloths. The two central stones in each circle appear to depict higher beings, perhaps gods or ancestral spirits, facing each other. All this proves that the temple's creators already thought in complex symbols and had an understanding of death, power, and a connection with the invisible world. Another great mystery concerns why this grandiose temple was intentionally buried. The layer of soil covering Göbekli Tepe is artificial. This discovery has radically changed our understanding of human development. Previously, it was believed that humans first created cities and developed agriculture, and only then did they develop organized religion. But here we see the opposite. It seems that faith was the force that united people and compelled them to erect the first monumental structure in history, not for protection or everyday life, but for a higher meaning. Research has shown that the temple was aligned with the stars. At the time of its construction, the constellation Orion and the bright star Deneb were located directly above the central axis of the complex. This underscores that its creators closely observed the sky and understood the cyclical movements of the stars. For a society without a written language, this is truly astonishing. Some stones are carved with scenes that scholars interpret as a kind of calendar of catastrophes. One relief depicts a comet falling from the sky and animals fleeing in panic. This could be a stone chronicle of an actual global event, a meteorite impact that dramatically altered the planet's climate and ushered in a new era. If so, Göbekli Tepe may be not only a temple but also a monument to the great catastrophe that humanity endured. It was filled in deliberately and very carefully, not destroying it, but rather preserving it. Why did the builders want to conceal their greatest creation from time? Perhaps they understood that their era was coming to an end and left this place to future generations as a coded message. Archaeologists have discovered dozens of such stone rings underground, but only a small fraction have been excavated to date. And each new circle reveals more mysteries. One of the monoliths is carved with the figure of a headless man surrounded by predators, perhaps a symbol of bloody sacrifice or a profound philosophical image signifying the soul's transition to another world. The acoustic properties within the stone circles are astounding. When a person speaks while standing near the central monoliths, their voice is amplified and echoes as if the temple itself were engaging in a dialogue. Researchers believe that ancient priests utilized this effect in their rituals. The sounds of voices, rhythmic drum beats, and ritual chanting likely created powerful vibrations, heightening the sense of connection with the divine in those present. Today, excavations of the temple continue, but proceed very slowly, as each layer of earth removed is like a page in a book written in stone. Scientists are carefully uncovering symbols created by hands that long ago turned to dust. But the more they discover, the more questions arise. Who taught these people to create such complex structures? Where did they acquire their knowledge of astronomy and engineering? And why did they voluntarily bury their creation? In the evening, when the sun sets behind the hills, the stones take on a warm golden hue. The shadows cast by the reliefs lengthen and begin to move across the surface, transforming into ghostly figures. At these moments, the temple seems to come alive, as if those who built it are still invisibly present here. Göbekli Tepe has not been destroyed by time. It simply sleeps, covered in a blanket of centuries' worth of dust. Locals call this place the navel of the universe, and perhaps they are right. If the history of human civilization truly began here, then Göbekli Tepe is the birthplace of human thought, the place where humans first realized themselves as part of a single whole, heaven and earth. When you look at these stone sculptures, it seems they still gaze at the starry sky, just as they did thousands of years ago, patiently awaiting the moment when humanity finally remembers why it learned to build. To build not just houses, but meanings. Now let's travel to the Gulf Coast, a land of tropical rainstorms and sticky clay. Here, in the midst of the jungle, tower the colossal Olmec heads, creations that still defy simple explanation. Each of these gigantic stone heads is carved from a single block of basalt. They are as tall as a man, and some reach over 2 meters in height and weigh tens of tons. Their faces are perfectly calm, with characteristic wide lips and flattened noses. The gaze of these stone giants is fixed on eternity, as if they still guard the lands where their enigmatic civilization once flourished. These silent guardians, looking at us through the millennia, still preserve their greatest secret, who exactly they depict. When the first gigantic heads emerged from the ground at the beginning of the 20th century, the scientists who arrived at the site simply couldn't believe their eyes. These weren't primitive idols, but genuine portraits executed with astonishing realism, with unique individual features, as if an ancient sculptor had sculpted them directly from life. However, the civilization that created this miracle vanished without leaving a single written document. It was provisionally called the Olmec civilization, and today archaeologists are inclined to believe that it became the cradle of all subsequent Mesoamerican culture. Imagine, the Olmecs lived in these places more than 3,000 years ago, but the origin of their incredible art remains one of history's greatest mysteries. 17 such heads have been discovered to date, and each one is unique. One has high, sharply defined cheekbones, another a powerful, strong chin, and a third looks at us with a slight squint, as if its gaze is directed somewhere off to the side. These stone sculptures are not faceless masks, but real, living portraits of people long gone. All the heads were carved from basalt, a hard volcanic rock quarried in the mountains hundreds of kilometers from the coast where the sculptures were found. Each block weighed tens of tons. Transporting them to their destination required incredible effort and knowledge, seemingly far beyond the capabilities of an ancient society that knew neither the wheel nor draft animals. Scientists hypothesize that the giant boulders could have been carried by raging rivers after powerful volcanic eruptions. But even if the stones were found in valleys, a key question remains. How were these multi-ton colossi lifted, processed, and transported over vast distances? Some researchers believe the Olmecs were skilled engineers and used a system of dams and canals to float the boulders. However, this doesn't explain the main point. The perfect symmetry of the faces and the incredibly smooth surface of the stone suggest that the craftsmen had tools far more sophisticated than primitive stone axes. But the most striking thing is the faces themselves, which bear no resemblance whatsoever to the local Native American tribes. Thick lips, wide, flat noses, and massive heads have sparked endless debate about who the ancient sculptors were actually depicting. Were they representatives of some other race? Some see a clear resemblance to Africans, others detect Polynesian features, and still others insist that these are merely symbolic depictions of strength and power, devoid of any specific ethnicity. Each head seems to tell the story of a specific individual, perhaps a great leader, an invincible player, or even a deified ancestor. On some heads, we clearly see the resemblance of helmets with straps and intricate patterns. This led archaeologists to believe that the Olmecs may have depicted their warriors or participants in a sacred ritual ball game, a brutal competition where victory and death were equal. In Mesoamerican culture, this game was considered a sacred rite. The rubber ball symbolized the sun, and the players were the stars, eternally moving across the celestial field. If this theory is correct, then we are not simply looking at monuments to great men, but at the embodiment of an entire cosmic ritual, frozen in stone. The spatial arrangement of these giants is also interesting. They are not arranged in a neat row or form any obvious lines. Each head is set separately at a significant distance from the others and often faces a specific direction. At San Lorenzo, the ancient Olmec capital, the heads even form a gigantic circle, as if eternally guarding some invisible sacred center. Perhaps they were silent guardians, keepers of time, or symbols of powerful clans. Local legends even claim that these stones are not just images, but vessels inhabited by the spirits of ancestors. It is said that the heads breathe and whisper at night, and people try to avoid them after sunset, especially on rainy days. It is believed that this is when the spirits awaken from their centuries-long slumber. Of course, this is just a myth, but standing next to these stone giants, it is difficult to shake the eerie feeling that they are indeed watching you. The technique is no less striking than their profound symbolism. The stone surface is polished to a mirror shine, without a single trace of rough impact or chipping. The eyes, lips, and ears, everything is crafted with stunning anatomical precision. And all of this was made of a stone harder than granite, and processed without the use of any metal tools. Modern experiments have shown that carving such a form using only stone tools is virtually impossible. Some archaeologists are convinced that the Olmecs were merely the heirs of an even more ancient and advanced culture that disappeared long before them. Perhaps these heads are not their creation, but a priceless legacy inherited from their predecessors. Some of the sculptures show clear signs of reworking, as if later artisans were merely attempting to restore or update existing forms. This deepens the mystery. Who was that first brilliant sculptor, if even the Olmecs themselves already considered these heads sacred relics? When the rays of the setting sun fall on the basalt faces, shadows play across their cheeks and eye sockets, creating a complete illusion of movement. It seems as if the stone eyes are watching your every step. On a hot day, the stones become intensely hot and slowly begin to give off heat, becoming like living bodies. And at that moment, it becomes completely clear that these are not just monuments. These are memories embodied in stone, which have outlived those who created them for thousands of years. Today, the giant heads are kept in museums and in open spaces, protected by fences, but even there, they have not lost their primordial power. In their presence, one cannot help but whisper. Let's now travel beneath the cold waters of the North Sea, to the area between the coasts of England and the Netherlands. Here, in eternal darkness, lies an entire land, its existence unknown to many. It's called Doggerland, lost Europe, an ancient continent that once connected the British Isles to the mainland. This land didn't disappear due to the passage of time. It was swallowed by water, suddenly and irrevocably. The world learned of Doggerland entirely by accident. Fishermen, hauling in their heavy nets, increasingly began to find strange objects, skulls of long-extinct animals, enormous antlers of ancient deer, and primitive stone tools. All of these objects were rising from depths of about 30 meters. At first, scientists assumed these artifacts had simply washed ashore during storms, but the number of finds grew exponentially. Eventually, geologists began a targeted study of the seabed, and soon, beneath thick layers of silt, discovered a map of an entire sunken world. It turns out that just 8,000 years ago, sea levels were significantly lower. A vast, fertile plain connected Britain with continental Europe. Here, full-flowing rivers flowed, marshes and lakes stretched, and dense forests of oak and birch rustled. Archaeologists, studying the marks on discovered tools, have determined that these lands were densely populated by people. They hunted, built shelters from mammoth bones, made tools, and quite possibly founded the first permanent settlements. This land was home to thousands of generations, until one day the sea came. The gradual melting of glaciers after the end of the Ice Age led to a steady rise in sea levels, and the Doggerland lowlands began to slowly sink. People were forced to retreat further and further, but one day changed everything forever. Approximately 7,000 years ago, a powerful underwater earthquake off the coast of Norway generated a gigantic wave, known today as the Storegga tsunami. This apocalyptic cataclysm crashed across the plain, destroying all life in its path. Within hours, water covered the lands that now rest on the seabed. The people who once called this world home vanished virtually without a trace. Their invisible presence here is both oppressive and mesmerizing. The Olmec heads are more than just works of ancient art, but a vivid symbol of the fact that human history is far longer and more complex than we usually think. People who did not possess a written language were able to capture in eternal stone faces in which life is still clearly visible. Perhaps these faces look at us not from the distant past, but from a time when memory was not yet divided into centuries. Their calm gaze reflects the wisdom of those who realized that true immortality begins the moment a person first carves their image in stone. Today, researchers call Doggerland the European Atlantis. However, unlike the famous myth, this Atlantis is absolutely real. Modern sonar and laser scanning of the seabed have made it possible to reconstruct the precise contours of ancient rivers, hills, and coastlines. The beds of long-vanished rivers, the contours of ancient roads, and even traces of prehistoric human settlements are perfectly preserved underwater. In some places, the soil contains traces of coal and even gold particles, as well as traces of ancient fires buried under meters of silt. Scientists have discovered the remains of animals extinct thousands of years ago, including mammoths, mighty bison, elk, and cave bears. All this is evidence of a rich ecosystem in which humans lived and thrived. It is possible that it was here, in these flooded lands, that the first forms of trade and communication between the tribes of prehistoric Europe arose. However, the mystery of Doggerland extends beyond its tragic disappearance. In some places, traces of strange, symmetrical structures resembling the straight lines of some kind of structure can be seen on the seafloor. Although there is no direct evidence that these structures are man-made, geologists note that their shape is too regular to be a natural formation. This gives rise to bold speculation that in the final years before the catastrophe, the inhabitants of Doggerland may have been constructing defensive fortifications, desperately trying to stem the inexorable advance of the sea. Fishermen found pieces of wood among their catch, shaped by some kind of blade, dating back over 8,000 years. However, the blade's cut was too smooth, and even for a typical stone tool. This sparked heated debate in the scientific community. Did people of that era use more complex technologies of which we still have no knowledge? Full immersion in the world of Doggerland is virtually impossible due to strong underwater currents and near-zero visibility. However, researchers are using underwater scanners to create incredibly detailed 3D models of the sunken continent. These models clearly reveal valleys and elevations as if we were looking at a map of a country that vanished only yesterday. Looking at these images, one gets the strange feeling that the sea simply hid this land, but failed to destroy it. For archaeologists, Doggerland has become the key to understanding the origins of human memory. It's quite possible that this horrific catastrophe has been forever imprinted in the myths and legends of all ancient peoples. In the legends of Europe, Asia, and the Middle East, we find countless stories of a great flood, of lost paradises, and of refugees who survived and brought their knowledge to other corners of the world. Perhaps the inhabitants of Doggerland were the first lost civilization, the memory of which has come down to us in the form of Sumerian and biblical legends. Modern DNA studies of Britain's population show that genetic traces of the ancient inhabitants of Doggerland still persist in the genes of modern humans. This suggests that those who managed to escape the watery disaster did not vanish without a trace, but simply retreated inland, leaving behind the sea, which became the grave of their homeland. Local sailors report that during the strongest storms, the sea retreats momentarily. When the sea recedes, revealing the seabed, mysterious shapes emerge on the surface, as if the ghosts of ancient roads were emerging from beneath the water. This is, of course, just a figment of my imagination, but it sends a chill down my spine. It's as if the distant past itself is rising from the depths to silently remind me. No land exists forever. Doggerland is more than just a legend. It's a stark warning, proof that even the most advanced civilization is powerless against the power of climate change. Where the cold waves of the North Sea lap today and fishing trawlers pass, hearths once burned and human voices echoed. Who knows, perhaps one day the ocean will retreat again, and beneath its waters we'll find an entire city frozen in the silence of time. Peat walls will still stand, forgotten stone knives will lie on the ground, and beneath a layer of silt and sand, the imprints of bare feet will forever be imprinted, the footprints of those who never knew that their familiar world was destined to vanish before the sun rose. In the profound silence of an ancient Czech monastery lies the Codex Gigas. But this book is far more like a portal to another world than a simple manuscript. Its official name is the Codex Gigas, meaning giant book, but it has been popularly nicknamed the Devil's Bible by a far more sinister name. It weighs over 50 kilograms, and its pages are crafted from the finest leather of over 100 calves. Chemical analysis has shown that the ink used to write it consisted of rare minerals and animal blood. But that's not the most astonishing thing. The entire book, from first letter to last, was written by a single hand, without a single mark, without the slightest sign of fatigue, with incredible calligraphic precision. One gets the distinct impression that its creator was not quite human. The origins of this manuscript are lost in the mists of the Middle Ages. Monastery chronicles tell of a monk who broke his vows and was sentenced to a terrible death, to be walled up alive. In utter despair, trying to save his life, he made a promise. In just one night, he would write the greatest book in history, one that would glorify the monastery and atone for its terrible sin. The abbot, considering this utterly impossible, scoffed and agreed. Imagine his shock when the book was indeed finished the next morning. When the monks opened it, they saw that on one of the pages, alongside sacred prayers and historical chronicles, was a life-size depiction of a colossal devil with glowing green eyes and clawed paws. Legend has it that the monk, realizing he was running out of time, summoned the dark forces and sold his soul in exchange for help to complete the work by dawn. This is how the Codex Gigas was born. Witnesses claimed this book contained absolutely all the world's knowledge. But even if we put aside the mystical legends, the bare facts are no less terrifying. Modern researchers have confirmed that the handwriting on all 600 pages is absolutely identical. There is not the slightest change in pressure, not a tremor in the line, not a trace of fatigue. This can only mean one thing. It was written by the same person over a very long period of time, perhaps 20 or even 30 years, yet their writing style has not changed in any way, which is simply impossible from a physiological standpoint. This gigantic tome contains biblical texts, ancient medical treatises, descriptions of distant kingdoms, astronomical tables, and prayer books. However, nestled between these pious texts are far stranger sections. A detailed list of demons, powerful spells for banishing illness, a calendar of upcoming eclipses, descriptions of celestial wonders, and even recipes for communicating with the spirit world. All of this is woven into a single, frighteningly logical system, as if the author truly attempted to assemble a complete picture of the universe, from divine light to forbidden darkness, under a single cover. One page is devoted entirely to a detailed depiction of hell. Today, the book known as the Codex Gigas is housed in the National Library of Sweden. It rests behind bulletproof glass in a separate room with constant temperature and humidity. Access to the original is strictly restricted, but its pages have been digitized and are available for anyone to study. Even on a computer screen, the strange, compelling power of these lines is palpable. The perfectly even handwriting and precise rhythm of the words create the impression that they were written by a hand that knew the secret of creating something eternal. In the 10th century, the Codex mysteriously disappeared several times. It was stolen and sold, but it always returned. It survived devastating wars and terrible fires, remaining unharmed, even as entire libraries burned to the ground around it. There's a theory that Swedish soldiers took it as trophy during the 30 Years' War. However, when the ship carrying the treasure sank, the Codex miraculously appeared on shore, unharmed. This gave rise to rumors that the book was protected by a spirit trapped within, making it invulnerable to drowning or burning. The devil takes up an entire spread of the book's pages. He is depicted against a pitch-black background, surrounded by a ringing void, devoid of a single word or pattern. Opposite, on the adjacent page, symmetrically, as if in a mirror image, is depicted the celestial city, Paradise. This is the only place in the entire book where there is no text at all. Ancient monks claimed that these two pages contained the entire meaning of existence, the eternal struggle between light and darkness that rages within the soul of every person. Some researchers believe the book is a kind of encyclopedia of the knowledge of its time. Perhaps its creator truly sought to distill everything known to man of that era, from medicine to dark magic. But then, the main question remains, why did he choose such a frightening image for his work and place the devil at the center of the narrative? The answers to these questions remain unanswered. Perhaps for the author, evil was not the enemy of good, but merely an integral part of it, the dark side of the universe. Researchers studying the Codex under a microscope made another shocking discovery. The lines of some symbols begin to glow under ultraviolet light, as if the ink contains some unknown substance. Each page is made of treated calfskin, but its grain is much denser than usual, as if the leather had been processed by some special lost method. The margins show signs of correction, but the ink has not faded even a bit after 8 centuries. Scholars still cannot reach a consensus. Some consider the author a genius, others a possessed madman, but they all agree on one thing. When you open the Codex Gigas, its pages emit a soft, dry crackling sound, and the air is filled with the aroma of centuries-old dust and old leather. It is said that in complete silence, a soft rustling sound can sometimes be heard, as if someone invisible is slowly turning the pages. Of course, it could be just a draft, but the monks who served in the library swore. At night, a barely audible breath comes from the book, and in the morning we find traces of ash on its cover. The Codex describes the 7 gates in detail, each adorned with symbols that would later appear in alchemical treatises. Some of these symbols remain undecipherable to this day. The Codex Gigas is more than just a book. Such a work cannot be reproduced. It is a mirror reflecting the human soul, where light and darkness are forever intertwined. It contains everything: faith and science, fear and the thirst for knowledge, pride and humility. Perhaps this is why it has been nicknamed the Devil's Bible. Not because it was written by a demon, but because it reflects everything that man most fears to see within himself. When you rest your gaze on the page with the green-eyed devil, you get a strange feeling, as if he is looking at you not with menace, but with deep understanding, as if he knows something very important about you. And anyone who dares to read this book involuntarily enters into a dialogue with that which lies beyond the light. There, on the western bank of the Nile, where the desert sands sparkle in the sun like the golden dust of time, rise 3 gigantic pyramids, a silhouette familiar to every person on the planet. The Giza Plateau is more than just a complex of ancient tombs. It is a silent symbol of an era when human hands knew how to work with eternity itself. The Great Pyramid of Cheops, the tallest of the 3, originally rose nearly 150 meters into the sky, and its sides deviate from a perfect square by only a few centimeters. Each stone block at its base weighs several tons, and there are approximately 2 million of them. It covers an area of over 5 hectares, but what is most striking is not its scale, but the incredible precision of its construction. The pyramid's base is oriented to the cardinal points with such meticulous precision that it astonishes even modern engineers armed with laser technology. No one knows yet how the ancient Egyptians managed to move and place these gigantic stones with such precision, without wheels, steel, or modern lifting mechanisms. There are theories about ramps, levers, and wooden rollers, but they don't explain the most important thing: why the corners and joints of the megalithic blocks align perfectly, and the gaps between them are thinner than a razor blade. For thousands of years, sandstorms, earthquakes, and scorching heat have failed to destroy this structure. It seems created not in time, but in spite of it. Inside the pyramid, chaos reigns, but rather a strict, precise order. Galleries, shafts, and chambers are interconnected as if they were built by engineers who mastered geometry to a level humanity would only rediscover millennia later. The main gallery is aligned with the center of our planet with an accuracy of no more than a fraction of a degree. and the narrow shafts leading from the so-called King's Chamber are aimed precisely at the stars of the Orion constellation and Sirius. This suggests that the pyramid was not only a tomb, but also a gigantic astronomical instrument, connecting Earth and heaven. Next to it stand the pyramids of Khafre and Mykerinos. Though smaller in size, they are no less mysterious. The sun rises from behind their peaks and sets precisely between them, as if the sky itself acknowledges them as part of its eternal movement. These majestic structures have survived the rise and fall of empires, withstood catastrophes. But to this day, no one can say with certainty how and, most importantly, why they were built. Between them stands the Great Sphinx, carved from a single limestone cliff. It has the body of a lion and the face of a man. Some researchers believe it is a portrait of the pharaoh Khafre, while others believe it symbolizes the sun god Ra. However, the Sphinx's body clearly shows signs of water erosion, furrows that could only have been left by centuries of torrential rain. This can only mean one thing. The Sphinx is much older than all the pyramids. It was perhaps created long before the rise of the pharaonic civilization, during an era when torrential rains fell on what was once a desert. For centuries, people have tried to unravel the mysteries of Giza. Some see this place as a star temple, others consider it a powerful energy hub for the planet. There are theories that the pyramids were built not by the Egyptians at all, but by the descendants of some older, more powerful civilization, whose knowledge was lost over the centuries, and the proportions of these structures seem to support this theory. The ratio of the Great Pyramid's height to the length of its base is almost identical to the ratio of the Earth's radius to its circumference, a coincidence that is unlikely to be accidental. Some scholars argue that the ancient builders used the principles of sacred geometry, linking mathematical numbers with the laws of the cosmos. If you divide the length, consider this. If you divide the perimeter of the Great Pyramid's base by twice its height, the result is a number astonishingly close to the mathematical constant pi. And if you measure the diagonals, you'll discover a proportion known as the golden ratio. Before us is not just a colossal architectural feat, but a truly encrypted formula for the universe, carved in stone. While exploring the lowest, most hidden tiers of the pyramids, scientists stumbled upon traces of mysterious stone chambers. They were hermetically sealed with colossal blocks, and some of these ancient seals remain unbroken to this day. Modern instruments unmistakably detect voids behind these walls. What lies beyond these barriers? Perhaps unexplored halls and corridors await us. There's even a bold suggestion that what lies within isn't the body of a long-dead pharaoh, but something entirely different. Imagine an archive of ancient knowledge, a library of a civilization, or even a device whose true purpose remains a complete mystery. When archaeologists first ventured into these stone giants in the 19th century, they expected to find countless treasures and mountains of gold. However, they were met only by echoing, empty halls and a centuries-old oppressive silence. This fact gave rise to a new theory. What if the pyramid was never intended to be a tomb? What if it was built as a gigantic ritual complex, a place of power for rites associated with the soul's transition to another, higher state? The Egyptians themselves called their pyramids houses of eternity. For them, death was not a final destination, but rather a great transformation, a rebirth. They sincerely believed that the very shape of the pyramid symbolized the soul's ascent to distant stars. The higher its summit, the closer it was to the gods, to the firmament. Therefore, the Giza Plateau is more than just a pile of stone. It is humanity's aspiration, frozen in time, to reach the heavens. In the 20th century, not far from the Great Pyramids, another astonishing discovery was made: the pharaoh's funerary boat. This enormous wooden vessel, carefully disassembled into thousands of pieces and hidden in a sealed underground shaft, was preserved in absolutely perfect condition. Perhaps it was merely a symbolic vessel, carrying the ruler's spirit on its final journey through the afterlife. But the mysteries don't end there. Why did the builders use blocks of such varied types of stone to construct these colossi, including the hardest granite, which is difficult to work even with modern tools? And how did they manage to polish the interior surfaces of these structures to a perfect mirror shine? Every evening, as the scorching sun slowly sinks behind the silhouettes of the pyramids, the sands around them seem to be transformed. The golden hue gives way to a deep crimson, the air becomes thick and viscous, and an incredible sensation arises, as if time itself stands still here. Crowds of tourists stand in reverent silence, as if confronted with something so great that it defies words. The Giza Plateau is more than just a monument to bygone civilizations. It is a living machine, still powered by the energy of eternity. And even after thousands of years, it continues to fulfill its purpose, to compel people to look up to the sky and seek that great meaning invisible to the eye, but felt by every cell of the body. Perhaps one day we will finally understand that the pyramids were not built to house the mortal remains of kings. They were built as an eternal reminder that man is capable of creation not for momentary glory, but for immortality. Meanwhile, in the middle of the endless Sudanese desert, where the scorching sand sparkles in the sun like molten copper, stand other pyramids, pyramids that almost no one has heard of. This is the necropolis of Meroe, a city that was once the mighty capital of the Kushite kingdom, a direct descendant of the ancient and proud Nubian world. Here, far from the life-giving waters of the Nile, amid the howling wind and deafening silence, dozens of pointed pyramids soar into the sky, like spears frozen in eternity. Their height ranges from 6 to 30 meters, and while they may be smaller than their Egyptian counterparts, their mystery is no less. Each one is a repository of history that time itself seemed to prefer to consign to oblivion. Meroe was discovered only in the 19th century, when European explorers following trade caravans stumbled upon these rows of bizarre stone structures. Expecting only pitiful ruins, they instead discovered an entire city of the dead, a necropolis with hundreds of tombs aligned with mathematical precision along the axis of the rising sun. The proportions of these pyramids were virtually identical to those of Egypt. The same strict symmetry, sharp, skyward-reaching peaks, and perfectly calibrated facets. Meroe was a kingdom of warriors and, surprisingly, female rulers known as Kandakes. These powerful queens wore crowns, wielded swords, and personally led their armies into battle. These pyramids were erected in their honor, not simply as final resting places, but also as sacred gateways between the world of the living and the world of spirits. The differences between the Meroitic pyramids and the Egyptian ones are immediately apparent. While Egypt strives to impress with its grandeur and scale, Meroe immerses one in an atmosphere of deep, intimate mystery. These pyramids, though not gigantic, seem assembled into a single mystical pattern. At the foot of each is a small chapel, a place for rituals. The walls of these chapels are covered with carved texts in a completely incomprehensible language, which scholars have dubbed the Meroitic alphabet. For decades, the world's best minds have struggled to decipher it, but this language still holds its secrets. It is the only known writing system from ancient Africa, and to this day, it remains untold. Narrow chambers are hidden within the pyramids, the walls of which are adorned with astonishing frescoes. It remains a mystery how the ancient builders managed to lift multi-ton stone slabs tens of meters high without any machinery. Entire stories are depicted on the walls of these tombs. The soul of the deceased ascends to the sun, and the gods greet it with open arms. The colors have been preserved in astonishing condition, warm ochre tones and deep, velvety blue-black contours. This is not just art, it is an expression, frozen in stone, of the belief that life does not end beyond the line, but continues somewhere beyond these endless sands. Even those pyramids destroyed by time, and people have not lost their mystical power. As the sun sets, their shadows stretch across the sand, forming intricate geometric shapes, And if you look at the necropolis from a bird's-eye view, the arrangement of the tombs resembles a star map. Some archaeologists suggest that the pyramids of Meroe, like those in Egypt, are aligned with the constellations of Orion and Sirius. Perhaps the builders of both great civilizations followed the same ancient tradition, whose roots date back to the antediluvian past. Unfortunately, many of these unique structures fell victim to human greed. In the 19th century, an Italian adventurer and treasure hunter named Giuseppe Ferlini blew up several pyramids in the hopes of finding gold. His loot consisted of only a few modest ornaments and fragments of sarcophagi, but the price was the irrevocable destruction of ancient complexes. The sand bears the scars of those barbaric explosions to this day, but the main mystery of Meroe is its construction technology. The stone blocks fit together with perfect precision, without the use of any mortar. In some places, the joints between them are so narrow that even a knife blade cannot be inserted, and this is despite the fact that the building material was sandstone, a rather brittle and easily crumbling rock. Achieving such precision required knowledge that, by all logic, the ancient craftsmen simply should not have possessed. Scholars still fiercely debate why the city of Meroe was built here, in the heart of the desert, far from rivers and oases. The desert is unforgiving, and survival in such harsh conditions was virtually impossible. However, the remains of ancient aqueducts and canals clearly indicate that a complex and sophisticated water supply system once existed here. Perhaps water came much closer to the city in ancient times, or perhaps its builders possessed an almost magical skill for finding hidden underground springs. When the wind blows between the pyramids, it emits a strange sound, like a low, drawn-out whistle. Locals call it the breath of the ancestors, and believe that the souls of ancient kings still dwell here, protecting the desert from evil forces. They say that sometimes at night, mysterious lights flicker above the tops of the pyramids. Perhaps this is just a reflection of distant stars, or perhaps something else entirely. People believe this is a sign the spirits are still on guard. Modern archaeologists continue to make astonishing discoveries here. In one tomb, traces of gold were found, frozen on the walls in a thin film. This appears to be the result of incredible heat, as if something once raged within the tomb, emitting a blinding light. In another pyramid, fragments of a metal alloy unknown to science, completely resistant to corrosion, were discovered. These discoveries only fuel bold theories about lost technologies that could have come here from ancient Egypt, or even an even older, unknown civilization. And yet, despite all these secrets, a strange peace reigns in Meroe. These stones do not oppress with their weight. They gaze calmly and wisely at the sky, as if aware of their true nature. There is no trace of imperial arrogance here, only eternal memory. The steps have long been covered with sand, but the outlines of the pyramids remain as clear and proud. When dawn envelops the desert in its cool haze, it is the tops of the pyramids that blaze first, as if receiving fire directly from the rising sun. At that moment, everything around freezes, even the wind, and it seems as if time doesn't move here, but merely breathes evenly and calmly. The pyramids of Meroe are more than just a replica of Egypt. They are its reflection in eternity, like the light of a distant star, which continues its journey through space long after the star itself has faded. They remind us that greatness is not always measured by size. Sometimes the greatest secret lies in what, having outlived the noise and glory of centuries, remains in complete silence, where stone eternally whispers with sand, and sand reliably holds eternal secrets. And while Meroe languishes in its mysterious peace, far from here, in the south of Crete, in the ruins of the ancient Minoan palace of Phaistos, archaeologists made a discovery that continues to captivate scholars to this day. It is the Phaistos disc, a small, round disc of baked clay, no larger than a human palm. This modest artifact has become one of the greatest mysteries of archaeology and has radically changed our understanding of the history of ancient writing. Both sides are decorated with spirals of mysterious symbols, carefully pressed into the wet clay. However, these symbols do not resemble any known ancient alphabet, and no one can yet say with certainty what they mean. The disc was discovered in the hot summer of 1908 by the Italian archaeologist Luigi Pernier, who was excavating the palace's underground sanctuary. And then, under a thick layer of ash and debris, this unique object emerged. There are 128 symbols on one side and 123 on the other, a total of 241 unique signs arranged in a spiral from the edge to the center. The spiral is divided into sections by clear lines, as if the author had created his text with a preconceived rhythm and structure. But the most striking thing is something else. Each sign is not scratched by hand, but stamped, as if with a small seal. This indicates that pre-prepared stamps with individual symbols were used to create the inscription. If so, the Phaistos disc may be the very first example of movable type in human history, predating the invention of printing by thousands of years. But who created it? And in what language does it speak to us across the millennia? The answers to these questions remain shrouded in the mists of time. The symbols themselves depict recognizable figures: helmeted human heads, flying birds, shields, tools, plants, and even ships. But their overall meaning remains a mystery. Some researchers suggest that it is the text of an ancient prayer or hymn. Others see it as a complex calendar linked to the phases of the moon. There is even a theory that the disc represents some kind of cipher, perhaps a musical or ritual code, the key to which has long been lost. And everything we know about this artifact only gives rise to new, even more complex questions. The details surrounding this discovery only deepen the mystery. The disc was recovered from a room that showed no signs of fire or destruction. This fact suggests that the artifact was not lost in the chaos, but was placed there for a specific purpose, perhaps as an object of great holiness. Fragments of clay tablets inscribed with Linear A, a system of symbols that remains unsolved to this day, were found nearby. This may be a direct indication that the disc's creators belonged to a civilization that flourished long before the famed Minoans. Look at the spiral carved on both sides. It twists clockwise, a direction highly unusual for ancient writing systems, and this undoubtedly carried deep symbolic meaning. Some scholars see this movement as an allegory of the sun's path across the sky, while others suggest it's a metaphor for the soul's journey to the afterlife. At the very heart of this spiral is a symbol resembling an 8-petaled flower or a wheel, which could represent the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. For decades, the world's finest minds struggled to decipher this silent message, putting forward the most incredible hypotheses. Some believed it to be an ancient hymn in honor of the mother goddess, the progenitor of all life. Others suggested it was a collection of powerful spells or even an ancient star map, but each of these theories was shattered by the harsh reality, the complete absence of any parallels. No object with similar symbols has been found anywhere in the world, making the Phaistos disc an absolute gem, standing alone in the annals of history. What's even more astonishing is the incredible craftsmanship with which it was crafted. Its thickness is perfect all the way around, the lines are drawn with impeccable rigidity, and the spiral pitch is precise. Even modern craftsmen admit that creating something similar by hand is a virtually impossible task. It requires a deep knowledge of geometry and precision tools like a ruler and compass, which, according to the official version of history, had not yet been invented in that era. Some researchers have gone even further, suggesting that the arrangement of the symbols obeys not the logic of language, but the laws of musical harmony. Imagine that if each symbol were replaced by a note, and the spiral read as a melody, a harmonious, repeating motif might emerge, reminiscent of an ancient sacred hymn. However, this is merely a beautiful theory. Far bolder theories exist. Some believe the disk contains information encrypted using a system reminiscent of modern binary code. Others see it as a complex map, perhaps a chart of the movements of distant planets. But without the key to the encryption, all these conjectures remain mere figments of the imagination. Curiously, the artifact's surface is covered with a barely noticeable sheen. This may indicate its immense value and use in important rituals. Just imagine, the priest places it on the altar, and as the sun's rays begin to glide across the symbols, the dead spiral transforms into a living, pulsating glow. The very material from which it is made, clay, also holds a surprise. Chemical analysis revealed that it contains impurities completely uncharacteristic of the island of Crete. This means the clay could have been brought from afar, perhaps from the coast of Asia Minor. The disc could have been not a local creation, but a sacred relic brought from distant and unknown lands. When the artifact finally found its place in the Heraklion Museum, an aura of mysticism instantly surrounded it. Some saw it as a direct message from the gods, others as a key to the knowledge of a bygone civilization. Legends began to emerge, each more sinister than the last. It was said that those who came too close to unraveling its secret fell gravely ill or even died under strange circumstances. And although there is no real evidence, such stories only cemented the disc's reputation as a cursed artifact. Modern technology allowed scientists to create a perfect digital copy and examine every millimeter under a microscope. And here, they were met with a new shock. Microscopic fingerprints remained on the imprints of the symbols, as if the master had only just removed his hands from the fresh clay. Who was this man? A high priest? A brilliant craftsman? Or a keeper of secret knowledge, leaving a message for posterity? There is no answer. Some archaeologists even believe that the Phaistos disc is not a text in the conventional sense. It may be a kind of teaching aid, a table of universal symbols intended to unite sounds, images, and numbers into a unified system. If so, its creator was millennia ahead of his time. The spiral, leading the gaze inward, toward the center, recalls the very movement of human thought, the eternal path to truth. Perhaps this is the artifact's main meaning. To demonstrate that knowledge always moves in a circle, inevitably returning to its origins. The Phaistos disc is more than just a piece of baked clay. It is the breath of the human mind, frozen in stone, which, perhaps for the first time in history, realized that thought could be locked within a symbol. And until the key to this cipher is found, it will remain what it always was, a song frozen in eternity, addressed to a future that is still not ready to hear it. In the early 15th century, the Ottoman admiral and brilliant cartographer Piri Reis created a map that still captivates researchers and remains one of the greatest mysteries in history. It was discovered completely by accident in 1929 in Istanbul. While sorting through the ancient archives of Topkapi Palace, a yellowed fragment of parchment, covered in centuries of dust, was unearthed from under a pile of papers. The map was dated 1513, and at first glance depicted a world well known at the time. But upon closer inspection, the researchers were in for a real shock. Antarctica was clearly depicted, and most unbelievably, without its ice cap. The problem is that the icy continent was officially discovered only in the 19th century, and humanity only discovered its landforms beneath the kilometers-thick ice in the mid-20th century, with the advent of satellite technology. Nevertheless, the coastline on the Piri Reis map matches the continent's modern subglacial geography with astonishing, even frightening accuracy. This points to only one thing: the original from which the admiral copied his map was created in that distant era, when Antarctica was not yet encased in permafrost. In the margins of the map itself, its creator left a note stating that he had compiled it based on 20 more ancient maps. Some of these, he claimed, dated back to the time of Alexander the Great, while others belonged to sailors of long-vanished civilizations. This admission only deepened the mystery. If the admiral was telling the truth, his primary sources must be at least 5,000 years old. The map is made of the finest parchment made from gazelle skin. It is drawn with black, green, and red ink, and the fine lines and elegant lettering are executed with incredible precision. The map depicts Europe, Africa, South America, and something the admiral himself called the land to the south. It is this part of the map that has sparked the most heated debate. As early as the 20th century, cartographers, superimposing it on modern data, were astonished to discover that the coastline almost perfectly matches the Antarctic coast. This suggests that someone in ancient times not only saw Antarctica free of ice, but was also able to map its contours. But who could it have been? Some skeptics have hypothesized that Piri Reis simply made a mistake, distorting the outlines of South America. However, a careful analysis of the proportions completely refutes this theory. The distances between continents are indicated with astonishing accuracy. The scale is perfectly maintained, and the latitude and longitude lines correspond to modern coordinates. Moreover, the map includes islands that were unknown to any European expedition of the early 15th century. The level of astronomical knowledge required to create such a map is also staggering. To depict the Earth as a projection that takes into account its spherical shape required a profound understanding of the planet's curvature. Such discoveries are typically associated with the Renaissance, but the Piri Reis map is direct evidence that someone possessed this knowledge long before Columbus set out on his famous voyage. The map's margins contain other notes, handwritten by the admiral himself. In one of them, he explicitly states that he used ancient nautical charts, left over from before the flood. This phrase has given rise to countless hypotheses. Some historians believe these may be maps of the legendary Atlantis, the continent that, according to legend, sank beneath the waves as a result of a great cataclysm. In the mid-20th century, the map attracted the close attention of the US Air Force. After its analysis was published, the artifact was handed over to military cartographers working with the first satellite images. Their conclusion was astonishing. The Antarctic coastline on the Piri Reis map precisely matches the contours of subglacial terrain, which became known to science only thanks to geophysical research in the 20th century. This raises fundamental questions. Perhaps the Ottoman admiral accidentally stumbled upon knowledge left behind by a civilization with incredibly advanced technologies. Or perhaps he became the custodian of information about events far beyond the confines of official history. The map itself reveals not only continents, but also a host of strange details. Giant fish swim in the oceans, unknown types of ships ply the waves, and inscriptions speak of hot winds and lands inhabited by giants. Of course, some of these elements may be a nod to the artistic tradition of the era. However, in some places, the markings appear to be precise geographical indications. For example, off the coast of South America, mountain ranges are marked that Europeans would only discover 3 centuries later. Although most of the inscriptions are in Ottoman Turkish, some words remain untranslatable. Researchers speculate that Piri Reis simply copied the symbols from ancient originals, not understanding their meaning, but considering it important to preserve them. Among these mysterious symbols is a word strikingly similar to Atlan, located just at the edge of the supposed Antarctica. It is believed that this map is only a surviving fragment of a much larger work. The Admiral's own diaries contain references to other sections of the world map, but their fate is unknown. They were lost. Had these sections survived, perhaps today we would know of other continents and the secrets he may have depicted. Today, the map is kept in the Topkapi Museum, in a special climate-controlled vault. Scientists continue to scan it using the latest infrared technology and recently discovered lines hidden beneath a layer of ink, possibly the very first sketches made by the mysterious ancient cartographer. Imagine these lines. The ink they're applied to is noticeably older than the underlying parchment. This is irrefutable proof. The admiral didn't create the map from scratch, but rather meticulously copied it from a far older, more mysterious source. Holding this document in your hands, it seems to still smell of salty spray and be pierced by the stormy winds of long-forgotten seas. Behind the faded ink lies more than mere cartography. It's the imprint of the planet's memory. The Piri Reis map is no ordinary artifact of the Ottoman Empire. It's a true mirror, reflecting the world as it was before the Great Ice Age, a world remembered by our distant ancestors. And who knows, perhaps when the age-old ice retreats again, the very coastlines depicted on this map will appear before us. And then we'll understand, it wasn't ahead of its time. It's we who have forgotten the road to the ends of the earth, a road we once knew. Fast forward to 1922. Archaeologist Howard Carter makes a discovery that will shake the world to its core. He finds the tomb of the young pharaoh Tutankhamun, and the entire world watches with bated breath as news from the Valley of the Kings unfolds. For the first time in the history of Egyptology, the tomb of a ruler has been found completely intact, sealed for 3,000 years. The treasures within lie in the exact order in which the ancient priests left them. But along with the gold and artifacts, something else has been unleashed from the scorching desert sands. A sinister legend that still stirs the imagination, the legend of the curse of the pharaohs. From the very first days, an oppressive, unnatural silence hung over the excavations. Local workers gazed with superstitious horror at the gaping hole leading underground. And on the wall, at the very entrance to the tomb, archaeologists deciphered a dire warning. Death on swift wings will overtake anyone who dares disturb the pharaoh's eternal sleep. Howard Carter dismissed these words as empty superstition. But just a few weeks after opening the sarcophagus, Lord Carnarvon, the man who had financed the entire expedition, died suddenly. The cause seemed trivial. A mosquito bite on his cheek led to inflammation and blood poisoning. But when his heart stopped, as if by some ominous command, the lights went out throughout Cairo. Newspapers latched onto the story like vultures on prey, and soon the world was awash with mysterious deaths, all connected in one way or another to the expedition. One of its participants died suddenly of an unknown lung disease. Another died in a freak car accident. A third, overcome by stress, committed suicide. The thread connecting all these tragedies was the same. Each of the deceased had been there on the very day the seal was broken. Newspapers screamed from the front pages. The vengeful spirit of the young ruler was exacting justice on those who disturbed his peace. But Howard Carter himself seemed unaffected by the curse. He lived another 16 years, though he suffered from inexplicable weakness and terrible nightmares until the end. He claimed to hear footsteps and soft whispers in a long-dead language in his empty house at night. And after his death, a mysterious note was found in his desk drawer, containing just one phrase: "And I opened the door, I should never have looked behind." Tutankhamun's tomb itself is a true window into another world, a unique time capsule. Its walls are covered with incredible paintings that detail the journey of the pharaoh's soul to the afterlife. The massive sarcophagus depicts gods guarding the peace of their ruler. And at the center of all this splendor is the face of the ruler himself, youthful and strikingly calm. He left this world at just 19 years old, but his name has outlived all who knew him. When archaeologists began removing priceless artifacts from the tomb, they encountered the inexplicable. The metal had not corroded, the finest fabrics had not rotted with time, and the incense and oils smelled as if they had been poured into vessels only yesterday. How could such things have survived for 3 millennia in a sealed space? The golden fragments reflected the torchlight so dazzlingly, as if they were alive. The sarcophagus itself was a veritable nesting doll of 3 coffins, one nested within the other. The final, innermost one was cast from pure gold. A legendary burial mask, weighing over 10 kilograms, rested on the mummy's face. Its eyes, crafted from lapis lazuli, gazed into eternity, its eyebrows carved from obsidian, and its lips from coral. Looking at it, it seemed as if the young pharaoh were not dead, but merely immersed in a deep sleep, awaiting his awakening. However, with each new treasure unearthed, anxiety grew. The photographer who took the first photos of the sarcophagus died. He was followed by an official from the Ministry of Antiquities. Then came the death of an Egyptian prince who dared to visit the newly opened tomb. And when Howard Carter's personal falcon, a bird that in ancient Egypt was the symbol of the pharaoh himself, dies, the press rendered its final verdict. The curse is real, and it works. Some of the surviving members of the expedition shared strange sensations. They constantly felt as if someone was watching them invisibly. Frightening things began to happen in their homes. Objects disappeared from their places. Lamps went out of their own accord, and the air suddenly became thick with the scent of funerary incense. One of the archaeologists who visited the tomb recounted waking every night with a chilling feeling, as if someone invisible were standing right next to his bed. He died shortly after this confession. The Egyptian priests, observing this chain of events, merely nodded somberly. Eternal peace must not be disturbed. For them, this was not superstition, but an immutable law of existence. A soul whose sleep has been disturbed will always return to remind the living of the boundaries between worlds, they said. In the 20th century, the tomb was reopened for scientific research. Scientists measured radiation levels and analyzed the chemical composition of the air, but found nothing that could pose a threat. They desperately searched for a logical explanation for what was happening. A theory emerged that over thousands of years, colonies of ancient bacteria, mold, and fungal spores, deadly to modern humans, could have developed in the hermetically sealed tomb. When the tomb was opened, these microorganisms escaped and infected those nearby. Other skeptics insisted that the entire chain of deaths was nothing more than a series of tragic coincidences. But there were too many of these coincidences. Today, Tutankhamun's sarcophagus is on display in the Luxor Museum, protected by a thick layer of glass. Tourists, gazing into the face of the young pharaoh, admit to experiencing a strange sensation, as if he were actually looking back at them. His gaze from beneath the golden mask is calm, yet wary. There is no malice in it, only eternal observation. Perhaps the famous curse is not so much revenge as a warning. The ancient Egyptians believed that a person lives as long as his name is spoken. Tutankhamun remained silent for 3,000 years until someone came who opened the door to his eternity. Since that day, his name has not ceased, and perhaps this is precisely the true power of the ancient curse. It does not kill, it makes one remember. And anyone who has ever looked into the eyes of the young pharaoh will never forget. There is a boundary between the world of the living and the world of the dead. Thin as a sheet of burial gold and eternal as the desert itself. Now let's travel to the Mediterranean coast, to the legendary ancient city of Alexandria. It was here, at the crossroads of civilizations, that the greatest beacon of knowledge in human history once stood, the Library of Alexandria. It was more than just a collection of books. It was the beating heart of the entire ancient world, founded by Ptolemy I, one of the closest disciples of Alexander the Great himself, back in the 4th century BC. Imagine not just a repository of parchment scrolls, but a true temple of the human mind. The greatest minds gathered here to create, debate, and uncover the secrets of the universe. Books and manuscripts were brought here from all corners of the known world, from Greece and Babylon, from distant India, and, of course, from Egypt itself. There was a law. Every ship entering the port of Alexandria had to submit all the books on board for inspection. Scribes immediately made copies of them. Often, the original remained in the library, and only a fresh copy was returned to the owner. Thus, the collection grew at an incredible rate, reaching, by some estimates, 700,000 unique scrolls. It was within these walls that the history of science was made. Here, Euclid laid the foundations of geometry. Archimedes formulated his laws of buoyancy. Eratosthenes calculated the circumference of our planet with astonishing accuracy. Hipparchus created the first detailed map of the starry sky, and Heron described working models of steam engines 2,000 years before the Industrial Revolution. Here, not only the exact sciences were studied, but also medicine, music, history, and even the secret knowledge of alchemy. The library was part of a vast scientific center called the Museion, House of the Muses. It was, in essence, the world's first scientific community. Scholars lived and worked on its premises, received generous government funding, and were entirely devoted to their research. It is believed that book catalogues were invented here, and the first laboratories and archives were created. Almost everything we know today about ancient science originated there, one way or another. But can miracles last forever? The destruction of the Library of Alexandria, whose flames still cast a shadow over our entire history, was the greatest tragedy for human knowledge. This treasure of humanity has survived not one, but several terrible catastrophes. The first devastating blow came during Julius Caesar's war in Egypt. Trying to destroy the enemy fleet, he ordered the ships in the harbor set ablaze. The fire spread to the city's buildings, and the flames greedily consumed tens of thousands of priceless scrolls. Black smoke from the burning knowledge rose above the sea, obscuring the sun. Yet, many historians believe that the bulk of the library survived. Scholars managed to transfer the surviving books to the Serapeum, a temple dedicated to the god Serapis. There, the knowledge remained preserved for several more centuries until a new storm struck, the storm of religious fanaticism. In the 4th century AD, crowds of Christian radicals who considered ancient works pagan heresy stormed the temple, razed it to the ground, and burned the last surviving scrolls. Thus ended an era in which man believed that knowledge was light. The true scale of this loss is impossible to even imagine. Among the burned texts could have been works describing the structure of the solar system long before Copernicus and Galileo. Legends claim that it contained maps of the sunken continent of Atlantis, plans for ancient flying machines, and catalogues of stars that our modern telescopes have not yet even discovered. There's a theory that not all of the library was destroyed. Some evidence suggests that the most valuable scrolls were secretly removed before the pogroms, perhaps to India, Persia, or even the Vatican's secret vaults. But no direct evidence has been found to date. In the 20th century, archaeologists desperately searched for the ruins of the Great Library, but their search was unsuccessful. Under the modern city, the remains of ancient halls with niches in the walls were discovered, presumably where the scroll shelves might have stood. But neither the sand nor the sea have preserved anything else for us. And yet, the memory of this place lives on. The very phrase, Alexandria Library, has become a symbol of lost knowledge. What exactly burned in that fire, we will never know. But we sense that along with those scrolls, humanity lost some important part of itself. Sometimes archaeologists find tiny, charred fragments of papyrus with a few half-erased words. Each such fragment is like the last breath of a bygone world, an echo of a brilliant thought cut short. The modern library, built on the same site, is simply a tribute to that great past. Let's travel to the very heart of the Andes, where the Cyclopean fortress of Sacsayhuaman rises high above the ancient Inca capital of Cusco. Local legends claim that it was built not by the Incas, but by a mysterious people who came from the depths of time, long before the civilizations we know emerged here. And when you gaze at this place, where the very stone seems to breathe history, it's easy to believe. This structure doesn't resemble a typical fortress. Rather, it's a gigantic enigma carved directly into the rock. Before us are colossal boulders, some weighing over 100 tons, equivalent to the weight of an entire blue whale or several trucks. But it's not so much their size that's astonishing, but the way they're joined. The joints are so perfect that even the thinnest knife blade can't fit between them. The walls are assembled from polygonal blocks, each one possessing a completely unique, unrepeatable shape. No two stones are alike, and yet they fit together with mathematical precision. Here you won't find a drop of mortar or cement, only the perfect juxtaposition of stone edges. It creates an eerie feeling, as if these gigantic blocks were once soft as wax and were simply melted and fused together. Modern engineers shrug their shoulders, admitting that even with laser cutting and powerful cranes, recreating something like this is virtually impossible. How was it done? Scientists have put forward tentative theories, perhaps ancient craftsmen labored by hand using primitive copper tools and stone hammers. But this theory crumbles in the face of harsh reality. How, pray tell, could anyone lift a 100-ton boulder? The quarries where this material was mined are located dozens of kilometers away. Imagine the task of dragging such a colossus along rugged mountain slopes. This requires engineering and logistics expertise that the ancient Incas are generally believed to have simply lacked. Archaeologists have hypothesized complex systems of inclined ramps and rope winches, but not a single reconstruction attempt has been able to clearly demonstrate how a boulder weighing 100 tons could be moved. When the first rays of sun illuminate Sacsayhuaman, shadows begin to play across its walls, creating a stunning illusion of waves running across the stone. And from a bird's-eye view, the complex's outline resembles a giant snake or a bolt of lightning, sacred symbols for the Inca civilization. Perhaps this place was more than just a defensive fort, but a grand ritual center where the world of man and the world of the gods united. Local legends say that Sacsayhuaman is the creation not of mortals, but of the gods themselves, the Viracochas, who came from the east after the Great Flood to teach people how to build cities, work stone, and cultivate the land. Then they disappeared just as mysteriously, leaving behind these incredible walls as an eternal reminder of their power. In the mid-20th century, explorers discovered a network of underground passages extending deep into the mountain from beneath the fortress. Some of these tunnels have long since collapsed, but others stretch for kilometers into the unknown. They are said to have connected the sacred city of Cusco with other sacred sites in Peru, including the legendary Machu Picchu. Unfortunately, exploring these labyrinths today is mortally dangerous. Strange marks resembling deep cuts are visible on the walls of Sacsayhuaman, as if someone had carved these multi-ton blocks from solid rock with the ease of working with soft clay. This has given rise to a bold hypothesis. What if the ancient builders possessed a technology for softening stone? And most astonishingly, modern geochemists have discovered plants in the region whose sap contains acids capable of dissolving granite and limestone over time. It's possible that the ancient architect's secret lay not in brute force, but in lost knowledge of chemistry. But if the formula ever existed, it has sunk into oblivion forever. When the Spanish conquistadors first saw Cusco, they were stunned by the grandeur of Sacsayhuaman. One chronicler of the time wrote in horror that if 1,000 devils had not labored to build these walls, no man could have built them. The conquerors set about destroying the complex, stealing the stones to build their own homes. But the most gigantic megaliths proved too much for them. They remained standing, like silent sentinels mocking time itself. To this day, this place lives on. Every year, the Grand Inti Raymi Festival, the Festival of the Sun, is held here, attracting thousands of people. The sound of drums against the backdrop of these ancient stones seems to reawaken the power dormant within them. And during the rainy season, when moisture seeps between the boulders and the walls begin to glisten, locals say the stones breathe. They firmly believe the fortress is alive and still holds the energy of their ancestors. Modern science continues to puzzle over the mystery of Sacsayhuaman's geometry. It turns out that the complex was designed so that its main lines perfectly align with the sunrise and sunset points of the solstices and equinoxes. And in the outlines of some stone blocks, one can discern the figures of sacred animals: a snake, a llama, and a mighty condor. Perhaps what we see here is not just a fortress, but a gigantic map of the starry sky, translated to Earth. When you stand at the foot of this wall and look up, you get the inexplicable feeling that someone is watching you. These stones don't seem dead. They seem to have absorbed the memories of those who erected them, and still remember the touch of the hands that touched them thousands of years ago. Sacsayhuaman is more than just ruins. It is a thought frozen in granite. The people who created this miracle left us no written records, but their message has reached us. Eternity lives not in words, but in that which can conquer time. And perhaps one day someone will be able to read these walls like a great book, not with their eyes, but with their heart, and understand that they speak not of stones, but of the very memory of the earth. Now let's travel thousands of kilometers to the vast expanses of the Pacific Ocean. Here, far from any continent, lies a tiny, lonely patch of land, shrouded in mist and ancient mysteries. This is Easter Island, a place where time itself seems to stand still in eternal anticipation. On its gentle slopes, covered in scorched grass and black volcanic dust, rise hundreds of stone giants known as moai. Their sightless eyes stare into the distance, as if silently guarding the secret of a long-vanished civilization. When the first European ships landed on these shores in the 18th century, the island was already a sad sight. The dense forests had been completely destroyed, the soil was depleted, and the few descendants of the great builders huddled in pitiful huts. But who, and most importantly, why created these stone giants? The statues are astounding. Some reach heights of 10 meters and weigh tens of tons. Their faces are filled with stern calm, with characteristic elongated noses and tightly pressed lips. And they all look in the same direction, as if awaiting something to appear from beyond the ocean horizon. Local legends hold that the moai are the incarnations of deified ancestors, called upon to protect their descendants. Each clan living on the island sought to erect their own statues, believing that the spirits of their forefathers would ensure the fertility of the land and protection from harm. However, how they managed to carve these giants from solid volcanic blocks and place them throughout the island remains one of history's greatest mysteries. The ancient sculptor's workshop was located in the crater of the Rano Raraku volcano. Its slopes are still littered with dozens of unfinished figures. Some have only just begun to be carved from the rock, while others lie halfway to their final installation, as if abandoned in a terrible rush. Scholars estimate that creating a single such statue required the labor of over 100 people over many months. But how were these multi-ton colossi subsequently transported over kilometers of rugged terrain? Some researchers believe the moai were rolled on wooden rollers, but this doesn't fit with the fact that not a single tree existed on the island when Europeans arrived. Others theorize that the statues were walked. They were placed upright and swung from side to side, pulled by ropes, forcing them to move slowly forward. Experiments have confirmed that this method is, in principle, possible. But then another, far more terrifying question arises. Why would people, exhausted by hunger and isolation on a tiny patch of land, expend their last energy constructing gigantic idols instead of saving their own lives? According to one of the most dramatic versions, the construction of the moai devolved into a true obsession, a religious frenzy. Each clan tried to outdo its neighbors by erecting ever taller and more majestic idols, believing that the larger the statue, the greater the patronage of their ancestors. In this frantic pursuit of divine favor, they signed their own death warrant. Transporting the multi-ton stone colossi required logs, and the islanders cut down their forests to the last tree. The ecosystem collapsed. The fertile soil dried up, crops perished, and the once thriving culture found itself on the brink of starvation. There is, however, another point of view. Perhaps the catastrophe was caused not by the islanders themselves, but by aliens from overseas. The Europeans brought with them not only new technologies, but also new diseases to which the locals had no immunity, as well as cruelty and slavery. An incredible discovery was that the famous heads of Easter Island actually have bodies. For a long time, everyone saw only what was protruding from the ground. But when archaeologists began excavating, they discovered that the figures had full torsos extending meters underground, and these torsos were completely covered in mysterious carvings. On the backs of the moai are symbols of a sacred bird, the sun, and mysterious signs resembling an unknown form of writing. Perhaps these are ancient texts telling the history of this people, but no one can read them today. Among other discoveries, the stone platforms, or ahu, on which the moai once stood, stand out. These platforms are constructed of perfectly fitted blocks, and the masonry technique is strikingly reminiscent of the walls in distant Peru. Is this just a coincidence? Or was there a connection between these ancient cultures, separated by thousands of kilometers of ocean, that official history remains silent about? The first moai were created about 1,000 years ago. The last statues were carved just a couple of centuries before the arrival of Europeans. And then this grand tradition came to an abrupt end. Perhaps the community simply exhausted its resources. Or perhaps the final statue was a desperate prayer for salvation that was never answered. Local elders still believe the moai are alive. They say they can hear the stones breathing at night, and their eyes, once encrusted with white coral and red volcanic pumice, glow in the moonlight. Their legends include the concept of mana, sacred spiritual power. And the moai, according to their belief, are vessels that hold this power. When archaeologists in the 20th century used cranes to lift several statues toppled by storms and time and reinstalled them on platforms, one of the elders said, "They have awakened." And that evening, according to eyewitnesses, the wind on the island suddenly died down, and the raging ocean became smooth as a mirror. Today, Easter Island is a unique place where man and stone face each other, gazing into infinity. The moai stand in eternal silence, their faces turned toward the horizon. There are secrets on this planet we can't even imagine. Let's travel to northern China, to the Shanxi province, where amidst rocky mountains and sun-baked plains stands a solitary hill unlike any other. At first glance, it's just an ordinary hill, covered with grass and sparse shrubs. But rise into the air and gaze upon it from a bird's eye view, and an incredible picture unfolds. The perfectly smooth edges and geometrically precise angles of a gigantic base appear before us. It is here, according to eyewitnesses, that the legendary White Pyramid hides, one of the most mysterious and inaccessible structures ever seen. Most strikingly, its modern history began not with an archaeological expedition, but with an aerial emergency. In the spring of 1945, American military pilot James Gaussman was on a cargo delivery flight over China. A sudden engine failure forced him to descend sharply, directly over a mountain range west of the city of Xi'an. And at that moment, below, he saw something that shook him to the core, more profound than any combat mission. Right in the middle of a valley surrounded by a ring of hills, a colossal monument towered, a gigantic pyramid, its white faces dazzlingly glittering in the sunlight. Its top seemed polished to a shine like marble, and its four sides met at a perfect point. The stunned pilot later described this structure as something larger than even the Great Pyramids of Egypt, and swore it was no mirage. 2 years later, another American pilot, Morris Shachin, flying over the same area, witnessed and confirmed this incredible discovery with his own eyes. He managed to take several blurry black and white photographs, which indeed revealed the outline of a colossal pyramid standing alone in the valley. When these images appeared in the newspapers, the world exploded with sensation. Talk of a Chinese Atlantis began. Scientists, journalists, and politicians from around the world demanded immediate explanations. However, the reaction of the Chinese authorities was unexpected and harsh. The area was immediately closed to all visits and research, and the official statement declared that there were no pyramids there, and that what the pilots had seen were merely ancient burial mounds. From that moment on, the veil of secrecy over this place only thickened. Satellite images taken at the end of the 20th century reignited interest in the mystery. They revealed that a complex of pyramidal hills, arranged in a precise order, does indeed exist in the vicinity of Xi'an. Some of these giants exceed 100 meters in height. Today, they are covered with a dense layer of soil, grass, and trees. This is done to preserve them and protect them from erosion. But beneath this green cover lies smooth stonework. The largest of these structures was named the White Pyramid, thanks to a legend about its radiant appearance. Local elders pass on legends that it was once lined with smooth white slabs of limestone or baked clay. These slabs reflected the sunlight so intensely that the entire valley literally glowed. But today, not a trace remains of its former splendor. Only the dead silence of the earth and the strictest prohibition that no one dares to violate. Ancient Chinese chronicles claim that these lands housed the tombs of great emperors from the Xia and Shang dynasties, who ruled thousands of years before the Common Era. However, the scale and shape of the White Pyramid are completely at odds with the known funerary traditions of the time. It is simply too enormous. Moreover, its position is precisely aligned with the positions of certain stars in the sky, with its apex pointing directly toward the constellation Orion. This has led some researchers to believe that what we see here is not a tomb at all, but something far more grandiose, an ancient observatory or even a ritual center for an unknown cult that existed long before the dawn of Chinese civilization itself. During one of the rare unofficial expeditions, a group of archaeologists managed to reach the base of the pyramid and made a startling discovery. They found fragments of white clay, fired at an extremely high temperature, impossible to achieve using ancient technology. Nearby, they discovered shards of pottery not belonging to any known historical era, and the foundations of the stone blocks looked as if they had been held together by some kind of mortar that had retained its incredible strength over the millennia. All these findings completely contradict our understanding of the ancient construction capabilities. However, official reports of this expedition have never been published. Many are convinced that the Chinese authorities are deliberately concealing the information. In a country where ancestor worship is sacred, excavating imperial tombs is considered the ultimate sacrilege. There's a more daring hypothesis. Hidden beneath the White Pyramid is not just a mausoleum, but an entire underground city, connected by a network of tunnels to other pyramidal structures in the region. Access is strictly prohibited. The entire area is patrolled and guarded, and any unauthorized exploration is punishable to the fullest extent of the law. Even modern Chinese scientists admit they do not have permission to work on these sites. What's also striking is that dozens of smaller structures are located near the White Pyramid, forming a symmetrical pattern that resembles a star map down to the smallest detail. If you connect them with lines, you get a geometric figure remarkably similar to the arrangement of the pyramids on the Giza Plateau in Egypt. This analogy gives rise to dozens of theories about ancient contacts and the possible exchange of knowledge between Eastern and Western civilizations long before the advent of writing. But these are only hypotheses, and each new satellite image only adds to the questions without providing answers. Some researchers go even further, theorizing about the existence of a powerful antediluvian civilization in China, predating all known dynasties. They believe the White Pyramid is a legacy of that forgotten era, and is not a tomb, but a complex technical, possibly energy-generating structure. As evidence, they cite data on powerful magnetic anomalies recorded near the pyramids, where compass needles begin to behave completely unpredictably. However, mainstream science is skeptical of such data, attributing it to natural fluctuations in the Earth's magnetic field. The local legends are far simpler, but no less frightening. They say the pyramid is a prison for the soul of the great heavenly emperor, and if his sleep is disturbed, an apocalyptic wind will descend upon the Earth, capable of wiping out entire cities. Elderly people from the surrounding villages are afraid to even approach the hill after sunset. They whisper that at night, a faint, otherworldly glow can be seen above its summit, as if the surface were reflecting invisible moonlight. And sometimes a low, vibrating rumble, like distant thunder, can be heard from beneath the earth. In recent years, satellite images have confirmed that there are over 100 pyramids in Shanxi province. But the largest, most mysterious, and most inaccessible of them all remains the White Pyramid. Its exact coordinates are kept a closely guarded secret, and international expeditions are denied permission to explore it. Even images from foreign satellites of the area are often strangely blurry, as if someone is deliberately concealing details. So what truly hides this mysterious hill? The White Pyramid in Shanxi is more than just an archaeological site. It symbolizes the boundary between knowledge and silence, between a past we desperately try to understand and one that decides when to reveal itself. Perhaps the secret of a great imperial dynasty lies beneath layers of clay and sand, or perhaps it holds the memory of a civilization that existed before history. But, as it did thousands of years ago, this secret remains elusive. And while the wind carries dust over its summit, this border remains inviolable, like the shadow of an ancient world, forever hidden underground. In the summer of 2018, on El Karakli Street in Alexandria, Egypt, a construction crew was preparing the foundation for a new building. Their work was routine until, 5 meters underground, the excavator's bucket struck something solid. It was a massive block of black granite. When they cleared it of soil, it became clear. A sarcophagus. And what a sarcophagus! Its dimensions were astonishing, almost 3 meters long, nearly 2 meters high, and about 1.5 meters wide. This monolith weighed over 30 tons. It was completely intact, without a single crack, as if the millennia spent underground had left it untouched. Next to it, the workers found another eerie detail, an alabaster bust of a man whose face had been deliberately erased. Everything pointed to someone in ancient times, attempting to conceal not just a body, but the very memory of the buried individual. When archaeologists arrived at the site, they realized they were standing in front of one of the most intriguing discoveries of the 21st century. Rumors of the discovery spread like wildfire around the world. Thousands of people glued themselves to their screens, following every news item. Social media was abuzz with speculation. Some claimed it was the long-awaited tomb of Alexander the Great himself, whose body had vanished without a trace from historical records. Others, more superstitious, spoke of an ancient curse and demanded that the sarcophagus not be opened, lest evil be unleashed. Still, others hoped that secret knowledge was hidden within, capable of revolutionizing our understanding of the world. Faced with such public outcry, Egyptian authorities set an official date for the opening. The entire world waited with bated breath. The operation proved incredibly complex. The sarcophagus lid was tightly sealed with ancient mortar, and its weight required the use of the most powerful construction equipment. Workers and scientists braced themselves for the worst, a possible release of toxic gases or an outbreak of ancient, deadly bacteria. And then, when the lid finally slid open, the air was filled with an unbearable, suffocating stench. Thick, warm steam billowed from within, and everyone standing nearby recoiled in horror. When they peered inside, they were met with profound disappointment and shock. There was no gold, no jewels, no ancient scrolls. There weren't even any inscriptions, only a thick reddish-brown liquid in which floated 3 half-decomposed skeletons. This horrific scene symbolized the collapse of all hope. Subsequent examination revealed that the remains belonged to 2 men and 1 woman, likely members of the same family or close associates. One of the skulls bore marks from a severe blow, possibly sustained in battle. But who these people were remained a complete mystery. Questions immediately arose. Why was such a gigantic sarcophagus needed to bury 3 bodies at once? Why was there not a single inscription on it, given that the Egyptians always meticulously recorded the names of the deceased to ensure their eternal life? Archaeologists found no amulets, no ritual objects, nothing that could shed light on this mystery. Even the sarcophagus's material itself was puzzling. It was a rare black granite, brought from Aswan, over 800 kilometers to the south. Transporting such a colossal block required incredible effort and resources. Each stone weighed more than ancient ships could lift. How could so much effort and expense have been expended on the burial of 3 nameless people? Egyptologists have put forward several theories. Perhaps the sarcophagus was originally intended for a nobleman, but for unknown reasons it was never used. Others have suggested that the victims of a brutal ritual punishment rest within, perhaps participants in a conspiracy whose names were ordered erased from history. However, none of these theories can explain why the sarcophagus was so carefully sealed and hidden at such a depth, as if it were not being buried, but rather an attempt to forever isolate it from the world of the living. They stand on this land as if their mission is to protect not so much people as time itself, frozen in stone. There's not a hint of pride in their silent features, only the cold, calm majesty of warriors who have fulfilled their sacred oath to the end. As the crimson sun begins to sink below the horizon, the shadows of the stone giants, the Maiai, snake across the slopes, and in that moment the illusion is born that the giants come to life and begin their slow march. At such moments, it seems as if the island itself begins to breathe, and this breath comes from deep antiquity. Easter Island is more than just another puzzle for archaeologists. It is a monumental reminder of the devastating power of human faith and how perilously thin the line is between great creation and utter self-destruction. These stone faces forever imprint the fate of an entire people who dared to challenge eternity and ultimately succeeded in doing so. Now let's travel to eastern China, to Zhejiang province, where, among the emerald forested hills, lies a mystery capable of baffling even the most seasoned researchers of antiquity. Here, underground, lie the Longyu Caves, a colossal man-made complex carved directly from a monolithic rock. Its incredible scale, mathematically precise precision, and utterly enigmatic origin have puzzled scientists for decades. Who were these titans? Why did they gnaw at the stone, creating underground palaces? And, most importantly, how did they manage it? These questions remain unanswered. The story of this monumental discovery began in the summer of 1992. An ordinary local farmer, planning to dig a small pond to collect water, suddenly struck something solid. After breaking through a thin layer of earth, his tool struck rock and then sank into nothingness. When the first explorers arrived and ventured into the darkness, what greeted them was not a natural sinkhole, but a colossal, 17-meter-high chamber, crafted by unknown artisans. Its walls were polished with such meticulous care that one could see one's reflection in them, and the vaulted ceiling was covered with mysterious parallel grooves as if left by a gigantic lathe. Since that day, more than 30 similar halls have been discovered. Each one was carved from solid rock without a single sign of collapse or even the slightest crack. All of them possess perfect geometry. Massive columns supporting the vaults and straight corridors create the impression of being in the halls of some mythical underground kingdom. Modern engineers have performed calculations and arrived at a staggering conclusion. The total volume of rock excavated exceeds 1 million cubic meters. Imagine the Great Pyramid of Giza. Now imagine that the same volume of stone was not piled, but carved from solid rock underground in complete darkness. However, the history of Lunyu lacks a single record explaining who, when, and why built these cyclopean structures. No hieroglyphs, no frescoes, not even traces of soot from torches, which would have been vital for work at such depths, have been found on the walls. Not a single line in the annals, not a single mention in the chronicles of ancient China. The construction of such a complex would have required the labor of thousands of people over decades. How could such a grandiose construction project have gone completely unnoticed by history? Research has shown that the marks on the walls are at identical angles and spaced evenly, as if they were made not by humans, but by some complex mechanical device. If this assumption is correct, then the ancient builders possessed technologies we can hardly imagine even today. Geologists only confirm this mystery. The local rock, sandstone, is incredibly hard, and carving it by hand with such precision is virtually impossible. Some halls are connected by intricate passages, while others remain completely isolated. Artificial pools and stone platforms have been discovered in several of them, which may have served as ritual sites. However, not a single artifact or object has been found that would shed light on their purpose. Some scholars believe they were ancient grain storage facilities, while others believe they were secret sanctuaries where priests could observe the movements of the stars through narrow shafts cut to the surface. The acoustics in these halls are a mystery unto themselves. A whispered sound in the center of the hall doesn't simply reverberate, it comes alive, multiplies, and envelops you from all sides, creating the eerie effect of a chorus of invisible voices. Perhaps the ancient masters knew the secrets of resonance and used these properties in their ceremonies. Some researchers who worked in the caves reported a strange sensation of vibration in the air, as if the walls themselves were responding to the presence of a living person. The symmetry of the complex is another puzzle. All the caves are strictly oriented along a single axis, and their arrangement on a map forms a pattern strikingly reminiscent of a constellation. If you connect their centers with lines, you'll get a figure very similar to the Big Dipper. Is this a coincidence, or are we looking at a grand astronomical diagram carved into the planet's body? For centuries, locals called these hills sleeping mountains and avoided them, believing powerful spirits dwelled within. After the discovery of the caves, rumors began to circulate of strange, hollow sounds emanating from underground at night, and of a mysterious glow sometimes seen near the entrances. Of course, skeptics attribute this to humidity and the reflection of moonlight, but the ancient legends persist. Scientists have attempted to determine the age of the caves, but radiocarbon dating has yielded inconclusive results. One thing is certain: they are at least 2,000 years old. This means they were created before the Qin dynasty, during the early stages of a unified China. On the northern coast of Egypt, where the waves wash over the ruins of Great Alexandria, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world once stood, the colossal lighthouse on the island of Pharos. It was so enormous that its light could be seen by ships tens of kilometers away, becoming a guiding star and a symbol of hope for all ancient seafarers. But behind the tower's legendary appearance lay another, far deeper mystery. It concerned the mechanism that kept the lighthouse's flame burning with incredible intensity and remaining undimmed even during the fiercest storms. The secret of this mechanism has never been revealed to this day. The Pharos lighthouse was built during the reign of Ptolemy Tit in the distant 2nd century BC. It stood over 100 meters tall, a colossal height for its time, comparable to a modern 30-story building. It was more than just a tower, but a true marvel of engineering, with internal staircases, cargo shafts, and a complex system of reflective surfaces. But the main mystery lay not in its architecture, but in how its light achieved such incredible brightness and stability. Ancient historians wrote that a fire burned continuously in a giant bronze bowl at the top of the tower. Above it, a huge polished metal disc. A mirror was installed, directing the light far out to sea. Returning to the Longyu caves, it's worth emphasizing that no evidence of such advanced engineering methods has been found in China during that era. Some archaeologists have advanced the bold theory that Longyu is merely the upper, accessible level of a much larger system extending many kilometers underground. Modern ground-penetrating radar does indeed reveal the presence of anomalous voids beneath the explored chambers, but accessing them is currently impossible due to the risk of collapse. There's a truly fantastical hypothesis that the Longyu caves may have been created by a non-human civilization. Perhaps this place served as a gigantic refuge during a global catastrophe. An ancient people may have sought refuge here from a global flood or a meteorite impact, carving out an entire underground city to wait out the destruction of the world on the surface. If so, the deathly silence and complete absence of traces become eerily understandable. Their inhabitants either perished in their stone halls or one day departed, leaving behind nothing but this silent monument. Today, the Longyu caves are open to tourists, but even the most boisterous groups involuntarily fall silent as they descend into their cool darkness. The air here seems thick, almost tangible, saturated with moisture and the scent of stone. It feels indescribable, as if the walls have absorbed the breath of millions of hours spent in their creation. In the light of lanterns, gleaming furrows from an unknown tool appear, running in straight, ruler-like rows and disappearing into the impenetrable darkness. No one knows who did this or why. But standing in the middle of one of these chambers, you acutely sense that you are not simply underground, but beneath the very surface of known history. This is the place where man first realized that darkness can be not only an enemy, but also a safe home. The Longyou Caves are more than just an archaeological mystery. This is the shadow of a civilization that knew how to build without leaving plans, create without leaving names, and disappear without leaving a trace. According to ancient descriptions, the light from the Pharos lighthouse was so dazzling that it was clearly visible even on a clear sunny day. A regular fire, even a very large one, would never have produced such an effect. This clearly indicates that some kind of amplifier was used in the design, perhaps a complex system of lenses or additional mirrors, the secret of which was lost along with the lighthouse itself. Some researchers suggest that ancient engineers may have used giant lenses of polished glass filled with water. These would have focused the light into a powerful, directed beam, turning the lighthouse into a prototype of a modern searchlight. However, none of the artifacts discovered from that era confirm the existence of such complex optics. Other theories claim that the tower contained a primitive system of moving reflectors that created a pulsating pulse of light. It was as if the lighthouse's enormous heart beat in time with the sea breeze. Could the Pharos' engineers have harnessed the power of the elements? One hypothesis suggests a mechanism hidden in the tower's base that, using wind or water pressure, moved a system of levers and pistons. These pistons, in turn, slowly rotated the main mirror, changing the direction of the beam. This would explain why many sailors describe the lighthouse's light as rotating. For its time, this technology bordered on magical. Ancient engravings reveal that the base of the tower was adorned with statues of sea gods, and the very top was crowned by a colossal figure of Poseidon. Ancient chronicles claim that at night, this statue seemed to glow from within. It was perhaps coated with a special metal alloy that effectively reflected the light of the flames. Some texts even hint that during the full moon, the lighthouse emitted a soft bluish glow, as if imbued with some mysterious energy. After a series of devastating earthquakes, the giant tower collapsed, and its debris sank underwater. Underwater archaeologists discovered enormous stone blocks and twisted fragments of bronze on the seabed, among which were curved metal plates resembling parts of a complex mechanism. They were covered in a thick layer of salt and fossilized shells, but beneath them were traces of a perfectly polished surface. These may be the remains of the very same mirror system that created the legendary glow. Some scholars draw a direct parallel between the Pharos lighthouse and the famous Antikythera mechanism, a mysterious artifact from the same era. Both devices demonstrate a level of engineering ingenuity beyond their time. It's possible that ancient Alexandria possessed an entire school of thought possessing arcane knowledge of precision mechanics, all of which was lost in the flames of the Great Library of Alexandria. And the lighthouse was just one, albeit the most notable, of their incredible achievements. Legends persist among paleontologists that in the deepest recesses of prehistoric oceans, where light is absent, a living aurora once existed. Ancient marine predators may have observed this faint, pulsating glow. They call it ghost light and speculate that traces of bioluminescent tissues reflecting light from one another can still be found in fossils, and that the ocean depths themselves preserve the memory of this ancient beacon. Modern researchers, studying the fossils of giant ammonites from the Cretaceous period, have discovered strange round chambers and channels beneath layers of rock that could have been part of a unique biological mechanism. One bold hypothesis holds that this creature fed on chemicals from hydrothermal vents, creating a pressure effect within its shell that fed light-emitting bacteria. Perhaps this was the first prototype of a complex symbiotic organism in the history of nature, too perfect for its analogues to survive to this day, but all that remains of this living beacon is a stone and its imprints. Its light has faded, but its legend lives on. Every time I delve into the study of marine fossils, I feel as if the rock itself still retains that vibration, a gentle echo of the light that pierced the eternal darkness. This ancient organism was more than just an animal. It was a symbol of life's desire to conquer the darkness. Its light was a guide in the abyss, demonstrating that evolution is a flame that cannot be extinguished, and perhaps one day, paleontologists will raise a perfectly preserved specimen from the depths. Under a microscope, its tissues will once again reveal their secrets, and for a moment, the ancient light of the Mesozoic will come to life. This will remind us that no secret of nature disappears forever, but only waits for man to learn to look towards life again. Deep in the heart of the Earth's crust, beneath thick layers of sedimentary rock, lies a place extremely difficult to access. This is the Great Paleontological Archive, the fossil record, the largest repository of stories about life on Earth. Its strata extend for kilometers beneath continents, and their depths can contain the imprints of tens of billions of creatures. Experts estimate that the entire history of evolution is preserved here, encompassing not only its main paths, but also those dead ends that are preferred to be forgotten. Officially, this record began with the Cambrian explosion, approximately 540 million years ago. However, its roots go much deeper, to the Precambrian eras. It is believed that the first single-celled organisms began leaving their microscopic traces even during the early days of Earth. The remains of the first multicellular organisms, evolutionary decisions, and the imprints of creatures that lived even before the appearance of skeletons were deposited in these geological layers. Over time, this archive became a gigantic memory organism, absorbing the chronicles of the rise and fall of species, evidence of dinosaur hunts, fossilized spores of ancient plants, traces of the struggle for survival, prints of extinct insects, and the bones of creatures found in ecosystems destroyed by time. Access to this archive is strictly limited. Only a few expeditions gain access to new layers each year, and even they can only recover a few dozen samples per season. Funding requests are processed for years, and many regions remain inaccessible. It is said that beneath the main known formations lie more ancient levels, unexplored by any drill, where the secrets of life's origins are held. Legends about this stone record have proliferated for decades. Some claim that it conceals evidence of transitional forms that will completely change our understanding of evolution. Furthermore, these layers may contain the remains of creatures that survived mass extinctions we know nothing about, as well as traces of ancient life that evolved according to entirely different biological laws. Rumors also circulate of footprints found deep underground, revealing evidence of life forms that existed before the oxygen catastrophe. There are mentions of reports from expeditions that found fossils of heat-loving creatures in Antarctica and Siberia. However, the official story is more prosaic. Geological archives do indeed contain the skeletons of such giants as Argentinosaurus, Tyrannosaurus, Rex skulls, and Archaeopteryx footprints. They also contain documents on climate catastrophes, mass extinctions, and even a footprint from the last days of dinosaurs, sealed in a layer of iridium. Some researchers, granted access to rare finds, have noted a strange sensation, as if the stones themselves remember the events of those eras. The air in the deep excavations is cold and dry, the light from the lanterns soft and subdued. In sections of rock, skeletons can be seen encased in stone, and between them, petrified tree trunks covered in the dust of centuries. One formation contains remains where not only the marks of the predator's teeth, but also the imprints of its skin are visible on the bones. In another, there are tiny pieces of amber with insects frozen in them, as if nature was afraid that its creations would be forgotten. There's a theory that the fossil record is not just a repository, but a kind of nervous system for the biosphere. All significant events, continental collisions, asteroid impacts, and evolutionary breakthroughs were pre-recorded in geological layers. This archive attracted remains from all over the world. If true, the record serves as a mechanism for recording history. But there are also more disturbing rumors. Fossils are said to contain the remains of creatures whose study is forbidden by unspoken scientific conventions. Some are ancient forms that cast doubt on human origins, while others are evidence of global catastrophes that repeat themselves with astonishing precision. Some sources claim that scientists possess the complete skeleton of a creature that defies any known classification, as well as the imprints of organisms that predate any known life form. Underground fissures leading from these layers are rumored to connect to caves containing entire ecosystems, frozen in time. Geologists cannot confirm this, but seismic scanning does show many closed voids extending underground. Modern technology makes it possible to scan fossils without extracting them from the rock. However, not everything is made publicly available. Of the millions of square kilometers of sedimentary rock, only a small fraction has been studied. The rest remains classified as requires further research. Occasionally, chance information surfaces. At the end of the 20th century, one researcher reported a document describing a strange symmetrical object found in a 300-million-year-old formation, along with a memo prohibiting disclosure of the find. Another witness claimed to have seen a fossilized star map that did not match the modern one, but there is no evidence to support these claims. All witnesses are bound by confidentiality agreements. Standing on the edge of a gigantic canyon with layers of rock visible, you feel like you're looking not just at a landscape, but at a horizon of time. This isn't just history, but it's shadow. Perhaps these layers truly hold answers to questions humanity isn't yet ready to accept. The mystery of the fossil record lies not in what it conceals, but in its very existence. This serves as a reminder that knowledge of the past can be more dangerous than any power. Until these layers are explored, the Earth remains not only our home, but also the keeper of the greatest mystery, what has been written about life, but not intended for us. On every continent, from the Gobi Desert to the Morrison Formation, from the Burgess Shale to the amber mines of Burma, there are traces of natural civilizations that seem to communicate with eternity in their own language. These stones have withstood volcanic eruptions and the passing of time, and their secrets continue to whisper through the dust of time. Every fossil, every bone, and every footprint represents not just a memory, but an invitation to peer deep into life itself. Man never ceases searching because he senses that these mysteries hold not the history of extinct monsters, but the history of ourselves. Life creates to remember and dies to make way for the new. Perhaps this is the essence of all ancient wonders, to remind us that knowledge is not a property of time. It merely awaits those who can hear it. The wind rushes between the rocks. The sun glides across the stones, creating the impression that the earth itself is saying, all that is lost is not yet gone. It's just waiting for a person to look up to the sky again. There's another, far more disturbing theory. Perhaps this sarcophagus was used twice. Imagine, someone in ancient times opened the tomb, removed its true original owner, and then placed new remains inside, carefully covering up all traces of their intrusion. This scenario would explain both the complete absence of any inscriptions and the strange compacted mortar used to seal the seams. However, this theory only deepens the mystery surrounding this already mysterious discovery. When samples of the reddish liquid from the sarcophagus were sent to laboratories for analysis, a new wave of wild rumors swept through the city. Some locals were so convinced that some ancient power was trapped within that they submitted an official petition to the authorities. They wanted to drink the water, believing it would grant them supernatural powers. The government was forced to issue an emergency statement, sternly warning the liquid from the tomb was a deadly poison. The world, which only yesterday had waited with bated breath for the mystery of Alexander the Great's tomb to be solved, now gazed upon this ominous black coffin with a mixture of bewilderment and primal fear. Today, this granite monolith rests in the Egyptian Museum of Alexandria, safely hidden from the eyes of curious visitors. Scientists continue to attempt to unravel its secrets, studying the composition of the granite itself, the mortar used to bind it, and the microscopic metal particles found at the bottom. Yet, none of these studies have been able to shed light on the mystery of its origin. Some experts are increasingly inclined to believe that this sarcophagus was created not by Hellenistic craftsmen, but by representatives of a much older, unknown civilization. Its shapes, angles, and proportions are completely at odds with the canons of that time. Locals whisper a legend that this sarcophagus was never intended for humans. It was a tomb for the gods. Indeed, its shape evokes a subconscious uneasiness. The lid has a subtle curve, as if designed to withstand the colossal pressure emanating from within, and the interior surface is polished to a mirror shine. So flawless it seems it was sculpted over centuries not by human hand, but by a complex mechanism. And while the black sarcophagus remains an unsolved puzzle, thousands of kilometers to the south, among the silent dunes of the Nubian desert, another mystery slumbers, one the world prefers to remain silent about: the pyramids of Sudan. These structures are smaller in size than their Egyptian counterparts, but there are over 100 of them, each constructed with astonishing mathematical precision. We are in the kingdom of Meroe, the capital of the vanished Kushite kingdom, a civilization that was once a formidable rival to the pharaohs and whose power extended for hundreds of kilometers along the mighty Nile. When European travelers first encountered them in the 19th century, they were astonished. For a long time, archaeologists couldn't believe that these majestic structures were the work of an independent civilization, rather than a simple imitation of Egyptian masters. Their age is estimated at over 2,000 years, but the precise date of their construction has remained elusive due to the almost complete absence of inscriptions on the walls. Every night, the sand here, like a living creature, shifts, burying some tombs and revealing others never before seen by man. And the wind in these parts is more than just wind. It is a silent guardian of ancient secrets. Thus, the black sarcophagus from Alexandria is more than just an archaeological artifact. It is a threatening reminder that even ordinary stones can conceal stories best left undiscovered. The sand discovered beneath the sarcophagus bears traces of fusion, hinting at the unimaginable temperatures that once raged at this very spot. Workers who participated in those excavations sometimes reported strange dreams that haunted them at night. In these nightmares, they heard muffled footsteps from underground, as if someone were still walking beneath the sarcophagus, unable to find peace. Perhaps these were merely figments of a tired imagination, but many of those people, after completing the work, forever abandoned such projects. The tomb's unnamed inhabitants remain silent and headless. Yet their tomb continues to ask questions no one dares answer. What if it truly was never intended for humankind? Perhaps the one who lay within was merely the guardian of a secret, one that the black granite still guards from our curiosity. This is why Alexandria has once again become a city where history and myth intertwine. And every step across this ancient land echoes with an ancient breath rising from depths we should not delve into for too long. Unlike Egyptian monuments, the tops of Sudanese pyramids do not point strictly north. Their creators likely followed a different, unknown geometry, based on a map of the starry sky that has long since changed. At the entrances to the tombs, one can discern the ruins of temples adorned with images of gods whose names have been erased from human memory. Bas-reliefs depict human figures with tall, intricate headdresses, and above them are symbols of the sun and lions, emblems of kings who ruled with stern and noble power. The fate of Meroe is tragic. This city was once a thriving center of trade between the Nile Valley and the Red Sea, a source of gold, ivory, and precious stones. It minted its own coins, paved roads and performed unique rituals. But suddenly, the city was deserted. Scholars still fiercely debate the causes of this catastrophe. Was it a devastating war, a shift in the river's course, or an ancient curse, as told in local legends? Elders of nearby tribes claim that the inhabitants of Meroe became arrogant when they attempted to build towers higher than the clouds to commune with the gods on equal terms. And it was then that the earth beneath them shook in anger. Since then, they say, anyone who approaches the tombs without due respect hears a dull thud beneath their feet, the response of one who has not forgiven the insolence of mortals. Many tombs were plundered in ancient times. Evidence of brutal forced entry, collapsed vaults, and empty niches where treasure vessels once stood tell the sad story of these places. Yet, in some pyramids, archaeologists have found objects that defy logical explanation. For example, stone figurines with facial features that are neither African nor Middle Eastern, or vessels made of a material that defies chemical analysis, an alloy not found in nature. But the most enigmatic discovery is the small tablets with inscriptions written in symbols not found in any known African alphabet. These symbols are repeated on the walls of various pyramids, as if they were a single message intended for those who would one day return. In the 20th century, several expeditions attempted to excavate the central, largest pyramid, where, according to legend, the great king Arkamani was buried. However, a series of ominous coincidences haunted the explorers. One engineer perished in a sudden sand avalanche, another died suddenly of a rare, unknown disease. After these events, the excavations were suspended. Egyptologists call this a tragic accident, but locals still avoid the site at dawn. They believe that at night a dim flame burns above the pyramid's apex, the breath of the ancient kings. Today, the once bustling Meroe site seems forgotten. Sand covers the ancient stones so thickly as if time itself is trying to erase traces of its former grandeur. However, images taken from space reveal much more hidden beneath the desert surface. Entire streets, city squares, and possibly a vast network of underground passages. Scientists hypothesize that this site was not just a necropolis, but an entire city, built according to a star map. Each pyramid symbolized a star, and the roads between them followed the lines of the constellations. If true, the ancient inhabitants of Sudan possessed knowledge that may have surpassed the wisdom of the builders of Giza. Standing among these pyramids is a stunning experience. The air is hot, dense, and seemingly electrified, permeated with the ringing of invisible metal. An absolute oppressive silence reigns all around. Not a bird's song, not a rustle of wind. The stones draw your gaze, creating an eerie illusion, as if from their dark depths the eyes of those who once ruled here are staring back at you. It's a sensation difficult to describe. It's the realization that you're standing in a place where the earth itself still remembers the footsteps of the gods. Today, Sudan rarely attracts tourists, so Meroe remains virtually untouched by time. There are no noisy crowds, strict guards, or flashy signs. Only sand and ancient walls stretching to infinity. With the first rays of sun, the snow-white peaks of the pyramids begin to glow, as if reflecting light from another era. Locals say these pyramids breathe, and when the last ray of sun touches their peaks, they will once again open the gates to the past. Meroe is more than just an archaeological site. It is a reminder that great civilizations disappear not from old age, but from their own hubris. The secret of ancient Sudan lies not in the gold of its tombs, but in how easily great history can turn into a handful of sand. Every step among these pyramids is a step in the footsteps of a people who yearned for eternity, but became nothing more than a whisper of the wind over the waters of the Nile. Now let's travel to another continent, to southern Peru, where stone merges with the sky. Here lies the deserted Nazca Plateau, The very earth here has become a gigantic book, inscribed with thousands of lines, enormous animal figures, arrows, spirals, and perfectly straight stripes stretching for tens of kilometers. This is Nazca, one of the greatest mysteries of our planet. A place where ancient people left a message that no one has yet been able to decipher. When airplanes first flew over this desert in the 1920s, pilots couldn't believe their eyes. From above, incredible images greeted them. A giant hummingbird, a spider, a monkey, a snake, a llama, and even a human figure with enormous, wide eyes. Each line was carved into the earth with astonishing precision. The furrows are only a few meters wide, but some are over 20 kilometers long. And most importantly, these drawings can only be seen from above. From the ground, they are virtually invisible, as if their creators never intended for their creations to be seen. For decades, scientists have puzzled over the mystery of how such colossal figures could have been created without modern tools and technology. The plateau's surface is strewn with dark volcanic rock, beneath which lies a layer of light clay. If the top layer is removed, a bright white line is revealed. The technology is simple, but the main question remains. How did the ancient inhabitants of these lands achieve perfect symmetry and maintain impeccable proportions over many kilometers? No traces of watchtowers or other high-rise structures have been found in the surrounding area. Everything appears as if these lines were drawn overnight, with a precision beyond human reach. The Nazca Plateau may seem lifeless, but at sunset it takes on a mystical life. The stones, heated during the day, begin to cool and emit a soft glow, creating the illusion of movement. From above, as seen by a drone, these drawings resemble a starry sky fallen to earth. And perhaps this was precisely the intention of the ancient masters, to connect earth and sky so that the celestials could see their way home. There are many theories about who and why. And to this day, the main question remains unanswered: who and for what incredible purpose inscribed these gigantic messages on the planet's surface? As usual, there are many theories. Some scientists see in these lines a gigantic astronomical calendar, while others suggest that we are looking at a kind of map of hidden underground water sources. A far bolder hypothesis also exists. The Nazca Plateau may have served as a point of contact between our world and the celestial realm, a kind of ancient spaceport for entities considered gods by our ancestors. Indeed, some of the figures, especially the long, perfectly straight lines converging at a single point, are strangely reminiscent of modern runways. Of course, skeptics will immediately object that this is nothing more than a figment of an overactive imagination, a random coincidence created by the play of desert winds. In the mid-20th century, a German researcher named Maria Reicher dedicated her entire life to unraveling this mystery. Picture this. She manually measured every line, drew detailed diagrams, and spent nights right in the middle of the desert in a simple tent. She believed the plateau represented a grand astronomical calendar, with each drawing linked to the movements of the sun, moon, and distant stars. However, no theory provided a complete answer. Some lines indeed pointed to sunrise, others to sunset, but still others seemed to be drawn chaotically, not aligning with any known celestial landmarks. There are other theories. Some archaeologists believe these gigantic lines are actually traces of ancient ritual processions. People may have followed these routes, performing rites in honor of the rain gods. It's worth remembering that the Nazca region is one of the driest places on the planet, and water was more valuable here than gold. But even this theory fails to explain the main point. Why would such a titanic effort be expended to create figures of such colossal scale, impossible to see from the ground? Over the years, the Nazca Plateau has become a veritable battleground between rigorous science and mystical teachings. Archaeologists excavating the site have discovered fragments of ancient pottery, animal bones, and even the remains of altars containing ritual offerings beneath a layer of sand. All of this clearly indicates that this site was considered sacred. And in recent decades, with the development of space technology, satellite images have revealed new, previously unknown lines, unrelated to the familiar figures. These stripes appear even longer and more precise, as if drawn with absolute precision by a non-human hand. And this raises even more questions. Were all these geoglyphs created by a single civilization, or were completely different peoples, separated by centuries and millennia, creating their work on this plateau at different times? Some researchers even hypothesize that the arrangement of the figures is governed by complex mathematical laws that our engineers only recently discovered. Now, let's travel to the other side of the world, to the windswept west coast of Scotland, where the harsh land clashes in an eternal duel with the icy ocean waves. Here, the wind itself sings ancient songs, and the stones stand like petrified guardians of eternity. Among the green hills of the Isle of Lewis, grey giants rise, arranged in perfect order. These megaliths, known to the world as Callanish, are over 5,000 years old. They predate the famous Stonehenge and may well have been its distant prototype. But who, when, and for what purpose erected these boulders on the very edge of the inhabited world, in a place where the sun barely sets below the horizon in summer and barely breaks the horizon in winter? Callanish consists of 13 upright stones forming a nearly perfect circle. A long avenue of 12 other stones leads to its center. Within the circle, the central monolith rises like a gigantic axis, piercing the worlds and connecting earth to sky. The surrounding hills, eternal mists, and the incessant hum of the wind create an indescribable atmosphere here, where time itself seems to stand still. Each stone is covered in age-old moss and lichen, but their position has not changed since the time immemorial, when the last mammoths roamed these lands. Scientists theorize that this stone circle served as an ancient observatory. On the summer solstice, the sun rises precisely through the gap between two specific stones, and in winter, it sets below the horizon at the diametrically opposite point. But this is only one facet of the mystery. Here, as in the distant Nazca Desert, we encounter inexplicable mathematical precision. Astonishingly, the proportions of the giant ape inscribed in Peru replicate the number pi with incredible precision to 3 decimal places, and the wingspan of a hummingbird fits perfectly into the pattern of an ancient solar calendar. How could a people who didn't even have a written language possess such knowledge? Locals still consider the Nazca Plateau sacred. They believe these lines are bridges connecting the world of the living with the spirit world. When a rare rain falls over the desert, streams of water rush through ancient channels, and whimsical patterns appear on the ground, as if the planet itself momentarily comes to life. At such moments, the lines seem to begin to move, and the shadow of something enormous glides over them, returning home after a millennia-long slumber. Today, the plateau is protected, but even the most advanced satellites are powerless to unravel its greatest mystery. No matter how many maps scientists create, new lines continue to appear on the images, as if an invisible hand continues to write this great book. Some say it's simply the result of soil erosion, while others are convinced that hundreds more figures are hidden beneath the sand, patiently awaiting their moment. The Nazca Plateau is more than just an archaeological puzzle. It's a vast mirror reflecting the limits of our own understanding. What we're accustomed to dismissing as random here takes on the form of a meaningful pattern. Riddles we can't solve become part of a single, incomprehensible composition. And who knows, perhaps one day, when the winds of history erase the last traces of our cities from the face of the earth, these lines will still be visible from space, an eternal reminder of those who knew how to speak to the sky in a language understood only by the stars. According to ancient Scottish legends, Callanish was built not by humans, but by giants who refused to accept the new faith and were turned to stone for it. Another legend holds that the stone blocks are actually gateways to the spirit world, and once a year, on the summer solstice, the shadow of the main monolith points to a spot where one can hear the voices of one's ancestors. At night, Callanish seems to come alive, When gusts of wind rush between the stones, they seem to whisper, and the stars, reflecting in puddles of rain, turn them into mirrors where the past merges with the present. Tourists who have visited here often report a strange, low hum that seems to emanate from beneath the earth. Scientists attribute this phenomenon to air vibrations and the unique acoustics created by the arrangement of the stones. But a mystical feeling remains, as if someone or something from the depths of the earth is truly responding to your presence. Some researchers believe that Callanish was not just a sanctuary, but part of a gigantic network of megaliths that connected several islands. If you plot their locations on a map, the resulting lines precisely align with the trajectories of the sun and moon. This suggests that the ancient builders possessed astonishing astronomical knowledge, something we believe was beyond their reach. How could they calculate angles and distances with such pinpoint accuracy if writing did not yet exist at that time? Callanish differs from other megalithic circles in that its center is oriented not only toward the sun, but also toward the stars. Modern computer calculations have shown that thousands of years ago, one of its axes pointed precisely to the constellation Draco. Perhaps the ancient inhabitants of these lands believed that it was from there that their gods came to Earth. This idea may seem pure fantasy, but one glance at the perfection of this structure reveals that it is too perfect to be a mere coincidence. Moreover, during excavations under the central stone, archaeologists discovered traces of an ancient burial. The remains of a person buried in the earth were those of a person consigned to the flames, and pieces of quartz were arranged around them. In ancient cultures, this mineral was believed to serve as a guide between the world of the living and the world of the dead. It's possible that this entire grand circle was erected around the grave as a kind of beacon for the soul, so it could find its way back to the stars. Locals still hold Callanish in the highest regard. At dawn, elders come here to leave bread or water at the foot of the stones, or a sprig of juniper. They can't explain why they do this, only saying it's what their ancestors did. And when the first rays of sun touch the tops of the megaliths, the air around them fills with an inexplicable warmth, creating the distinct feeling that the stones momentarily come to life. Meanwhile, scientists were trying to determine the origin of the megaliths themselves. However, the rock from which they were carved is not found in the surrounding area. This means that the gigantic boulders were transported here from afar, possibly by water. Each stone weighs several tons, and moving them without modern machinery seems an utterly impossible task. But the builders of Callanish somehow accomplished it. Their labor was not just a chore, but a grand ritual addressed to the celestial powers. Many believe Callanish is a place of power. When the sun disappears behind the hills and the circle descends into twilight, tourists report a strange feeling of slight pressure in their chests as they stand at its center. At the same time, sensitive instruments detect faint magnetic anomalies. It seems everything in this place was created not for practical purposes, but to connect with something beyond human understanding. The stones, like living beings, silently gaze upon those passing by. And an eerie feeling arises. If you only turn away, they will begin to move again, returning to their ancient places. This feeling overwhelms everyone who has visited, as if time here does not flow, but breathes. Callanish is more than just an ancient monument. It is a memory, frozen in stone, of humanity's search for meaning somewhere between earth and sky. There is no gold here, no ancient manuscripts, and certainly no ready-made answers. Only stones, shadows, and the endless wind, which for thousands of years has repeated the same silent word. Remember. And finally, we travel to the very heart of India, to the state of Maharashtra. Here, hidden among the cliffs of Ellora, lies a structure that defies logic and the laws of physics. This is the Kailash Temple. A temple that wasn't built. It wasn't erected stone by stone. It was freed from a monolithic mountain, like a great sculptor chipping away at the superfluous rock to reveal the masterpiece hidden within. It is one of the most astonishing creations ever created on our planet. The temple is dedicated to the god Shiva, yet its architecture, perfect proportions, and flawless symmetry baffle even modern engineers. This colossal structure stands over 30 meters tall, equivalent to a 10-story building, and is nearly 80 meters long. And all this splendor isn't assembled from individual blocks, but carved from top to bottom from a single basalt rock. According to scholars, to create this temple, ancient craftsmen had to extract approximately 200,000 tons of stone, and they did so without a single error or room for correction. Not a single document or drawing has survived to explain how this was possible. Even with modern technology, such a project would have taken decades of painstaking labor, but ancient legends claim the temple was completed in just a few years. From a bird's eye view, Kailasa resembles a gigantic mandala, a sacred symbol representing the universe. The central sanctuary is connected to the galleries by graceful bridges, and the walls are adorned with hundreds of statues of deities and mythical creatures. Every detail, every figure, is carved with incredible skill. Each figure here is carved with such incredible detail that you can discern every vein in the divine palms and every fold in their stone garments. But it's not just the exquisite craftsmanship. The sheer scale of the project is astounding. This entire colossal complex wasn't built, but literally excavated from a single rock. The craftsmen had no room for error, as the mountain's shape allowed for no adjustments. And for over 1,000 years, the Kailash temple has stood untouched by time, without a single crack or sign of decay. A single misstep could have brought down the entire structure. Ancient legends shroud this place in mystery. It is said that the temple was born from the prayer of a queen who vowed to erect it if the gods would heal her ailing husband. She swore that the shrine would be ready before the first ray of sun touched the mountain peaks. And when night gave way to dawn, the temple stood in all its splendor. The monks of Ellora passed down an even more incredible story from generation to generation. The builders didn't crush the rock, but rather harnessed it with the power of sound, extracting the stone using chants and the vibrations of special tools. And while this sounds like pure myth, strange patterns can indeed be found on the temple walls, as if someone had cut the granite with pure sound waves. Archaeologists, trying to unravel this mystery, looked for tool marks. In some areas, they found perfectly even, parallel grooves of uniform depth, more reminiscent of the work of a high-precision machine. Such marks could not have been made by a primitive hammer or chisel. Scientists have suggested that ancient craftsmen may have used some kind of metal tools. However, the perfectly clean lines and complete absence of chips cast doubt on this theory. Hand-hewn stone would inevitably crumble, but the walls of Kailasa are smooth, as if polished to a mirror shine. There is another, more profound interpretation. Perhaps Kailasa is not just a temple, but the earthly embodiment of the mythical Mount Meru, the center of the universe, the cosmic axis that, according to ancient Indian beliefs, connects the human and divine worlds. Its creators likely attempted to recreate the image of the heavenly world on Earth. Every detail here is imbued with sacred meaning. The staircases lead not simply upward, but toward the stars, and the arrangement of the columns follows the trajectory of the planets. Some Indian sages are convinced that Kailasa is not architecture, but music frozen in stone. Modern engineers have attempted to simulate the construction technology on computers, but even with laser equipment, they have been unable to replicate its geometry. The temple's symmetry is absolute, and its proportions obey the laws of the golden ratio. All this makes one wonder, how could people of that era have acquired such knowledge so far ahead of its time? An almost mystical silence reigns within the temple. The sound of footsteps is lost in the stone, as if the walls were absorbing it. In the dim light, figures of gods, lions, and mighty elephants emerge from the walls, supporting the roof, and some of them seem to come to life. In the flickering torchlight, their eyes seem to glow from within. Scientists attribute this effect to the play of light and shadow, but the eerie sensation remains that Kailasa is breathing. When the rainy season arrives, streams of water flow down the temple walls, turning them into silver threads. During these times, locals believe that the god Shiva himself leaves his stone abode to bless the earth. Now, let's travel to another part of the world, to the mountains of Lebanon, where mists cling to the grey cliffs and the dust of millennia hangs in the air. Here, among ancient stones, lies a place that inspires both awe and inexplicable horror. Its name is Baalbek, known in ancient times as Heliopolis, the city of the sun. Among the ruins of majestic Roman temples on the Baalbek plateau lie stones whose origins remain a great mystery. They are called the Stones of the Gods. The colossal megaliths, each weighing over 1,000 tons, were crafted and placed with a precision that seems unachievable even with modern technology. None of the existing theories answer the main question: who, when, and how was able to lift these monstrous boulders? For comparison, each of them weighs more than a modern passenger airliner. Once upon a time, this site was the site of grand temples built by the Romans in honor of Jupiter, Venus, and Bacchus, but the foundations on which they stand are much, much older. Beneath the Roman columns, stone blocks loom, evoking an entirely different, forgotten era. These stones are so enormous that even the most powerful lifting mechanisms of the ancient world could not have moved them. They form a perfectly level platform, a terrace, as if drawn by engineers from a distant future. The most famous of these megaliths, the so-called Southern Stone, is nearly 21 meters long, 4 meters high, and 5 meters wide. By conservative estimates, it weighs over 1,200 tons. It remains lying in a nearby quarry, as if its creators had never completed their work. But how did they even plan to move it? And most importantly, why? There are no answers. Even the most powerful modern construction cranes can lift only half that weight. Inside the Kailash temple itself, the stone seems alive. Drops of water falling from the ceiling create a rhythm reminiscent of the measured breathing of a gigantic creature. Just a few minutes spent there is enough to understand. This was created not simply as a place of worship, but as a way to connect with something eternal. Some researchers speculate that Kailash existed long before civilizations known to us. Perhaps its builders merely continued the work of some ancient culture, all traces of which have long been erased. This theory is supported by ground-penetrating radar data showing that voids lie beneath the temple. A network of tunnels and chambers extends deep into the mountain. However, all entrances to this subterranean world are sealed. Any attempt to penetrate the interior ends in mysterious collapses, as if the mountain itself jealously guards its hidden secrets. Even for those who live at its foot, Kailasa remains a closely guarded secret. Local monks say it's not just a sanctuary, but a gateway to another dimension. And only those who comprehend its harmony will be able to hear the resonant earth itself and learn to understand the language of stone. Perhaps this is the essence of Kailasa, a reminder that true power lies not in building, but in releasing what's already hidden within. And as the setting sun bathes the Ellora cliffs in soft gold, it seems as if the stone itself remembers the hands of those who, without words, were able to create a living, resonant silence within the mountain. Let's return to Baalbek. Some scholars suggest that the ancient builders used a complex system of levers, rollers, and ropes. However, mathematical calculations show that moving just one such block would have required the coordinated efforts of over 40,000 people. Imagine 40,000 people acting as a single flawless machine. The slightest mistake, a moment's delay, and disaster would be inevitable. Such a thing seems simply beyond human capabilities. Moreover, the surface of the blocks is perfectly polished, and the joints between them are so tightly fitted that even a knife blade cannot be inserted between the stones. Geological analysis revealed that the blocks are composed of limestone, but their density is abnormally high, as if the material had undergone some kind of thermal processing inaccessible to ancient civilizations. But that's not all. Modern instruments here are going crazy. Magnetometers are detecting unexplained anomalies right above the rocks, and compass needles are dancing wildly, refusing to point north. In some places, a weak electric field is detected, as if some unknown energy still flows within these boulders. Local legends link Baalbek to the ancient deity Baal, lord of thunder and the sun. Tradition holds that his servants erected a stairway to the heavens here, along which the gods descended to earth. The giant stones are said to have been not created by human hands, but rather gifted from the heavens. Some tales claim that in ancient times, a temple stood on this site, where the voice of the stone itself could be heard, a low, vibrating hum emanating from the depths of the planet. And this is no mere fiction. Modern researchers who have conducted infrasound measurements on the plateau have indeed recorded low frequencies capable of causing inexplicable anxiety and tremors in a person. During the time of Alexander the Great, priests flocked here to commune with the stars. They said that at night, the plateau was illuminated not by the moon, but by a strange cold light, as if its surface itself emitted a faint glow. Geophysicists today attribute this to the reflection of rays from crystalline inclusions in the limestone, but the legend lives on, and it is stronger than any scientific evidence. In the first half of the 20th century, a German archaeological expedition attempted to measure all the blocks, hoping to prove that the Romans may have used primitive rollers. But the excavations only uncovered new mysteries. Beneath the main temple of Jupiter, they discovered even older layers of masonry extending deep into the ground. These massive blocks were fitted together with impeccable precision, leading many to question whether Baalbek was not a Roman creation, but merely a reconstruction of a much older and grander structure. Some researchers consider Baalbek one of the planet's megalithic hubs. Remarkably, it aligns almost directly with the Giza pyramids and Stonehenge. Geodetic theorists believe it could have been part of a global network of ancient energy points. Even if this is a mere coincidence, it is astounding. All these sites share a common geometry, precise proportions, and precise orientation to the sun. There's even a hypothesis that Baalbek was an ancient spaceport. This idea is supported not only by ufologists, but also by some engineers who have studied the plateau's structure. The stone platform is perfectly level, and its surface is capable of withstanding colossal loads. However, no traces of any mechanisms or other evidence to support this theory have ever been found. And yet, the feeling that these stones once served something immeasurably greater haunts anyone who has visited. Today, Baalbek attracts not only tourists, but also seekers of ancient knowledge. Standing at the foot of the gigantic columns, it seems as if the very air vibrates with the strain of centuries lived. These stones do not seem dead. They seem to preserve the memory of a time when the earth spoke to the sky. It's hard to believe that these boulders were carved and laid by people who knew nothing of steel, complex machines, or engineering drawings. At night, the plateau is plunged into a profound silence, and only the wind blows between the columns, creating a low, drawn-out hum. At such moments, it seems as if the breath of something incredibly ancient is truly rising from the very depths of the earth. Something that witnessed the very beginning of time and patiently waits for us to learn to listen again. And so Baalbek stands, a silent monument to the impossible, a testimony that the history of humanity we know is perhaps just a pitiful fragment of a far grander, long-forgotten vision. And somewhere in the jungles of Central America, where the air is saturated with moisture and the cries of birds sound as if they guard time itself, another secret lurks. Imagine the dense, impenetrable jungle of southern Costa Rica. Here, in the Diki River Delta, amidst the humid greenery and perpetual twilight, lies one of the most astonishing mysteries of antiquity. Dozens, if not hundreds, of perfectly round stone spheres are scattered across this land, like the playthings of long-forgotten giants. Their shape is so perfect, the smoothness of their surfaces so precisely calibrated, that it seems as if they were created not by human hands, but by some higher power, perfectly mastering the laws of geometry. This is a mystery that the world's greatest minds continue to puzzle over to this day. The world first learned of these stone spheres in the 1930s. Ordinary workers, using axes and machetes to cut through thickets for future banana plantations, suddenly stumbled upon these incredible artifacts. The sight must have been stunning. Some of these spheres were the size of footballs, but others were truly colossal, reaching 3 meters in diameter and weighing over 16 tons, the weight of several adult elephants, and all of them, from the smallest to the largest, were perfectly spherical. At first, people who had never seen anything like it chalked it up to a freak of nature, but geologists arriving at the site simply shrugged their shoulders. Chance couldn't produce such perfection. Further research revealed that the spheres were carved from granodiorite and sandstone, hard volcanic rocks. The quarries where this material was mined were located several kilometers away. This means only one thing. Some ancient civilization not only processed multi-ton boulders, but also somehow transported them across turbulent rivers and forested hills, without the use of iron tools, wheels, or draft animals. The surface of many spheres bears traces of meticulous polishing, as if their creators were striving to achieve a mirror-like shine. Modern laser measurements are shocking. Many samples deviate from a perfect sphere by less than 2 millimeters. Such precision is sometimes unattainable, even with modern computer-controlled industrial machines. But the main question remains unanswered. Why were they needed? Archaeologists have put forward several theories. According to one, these spheres served as formidable symbols of power and status, marking the boundaries of the domains of powerful ancient leaders. Another hypothesis takes us to the world of stars. Researchers have noticed that if certain groups of spheres are connected by lines, these lines unmistakably point to the sunrise on the spring and autumn equinoxes. Perhaps these are the remains of a gigantic ancient observatory. Still others believe the spheres were part of a grand ritual complex, with each sphere symbolizing a star, a planet, or a deity. But the local tribes have their own, far more poetic version. The elders of the Bribri people tell a legend that these spheres are the weapons of the thunder gods. In ancient times, they hurled them from the heavens to the earth to cleanse the world of evil forces, and when the storm subsided, these stone missiles remained where the last lightning struck. Even today, the indigenous people regard the spheres with superstitious awe and try not to disturb their peace, believing that a powerful ancient spirit slumbers within each of these stones. During the excavations, archaeologists made another astonishing discovery. Several spheres were found buried in a precise order, in groups of 3, forming perfect equilateral triangles. When the researchers plotted these points on a map, their hearts sank. The distance between the spheres in each group was exactly the same, and the resulting pattern precisely matched the arrangement of the 3 main stars in the constellation Orion's belt. A coincidence? Even the most hardened skeptics are forced to admit this arrangement seems far too meaningful. The most astonishing thing is that not a single known culture of pre-Columbian America has preserved a single mention of the creators of these masterpieces. No cave paintings, no records, not even the vaguest legends. It's as if a people possessing incredible knowledge of geometry and astronomy simply vanished into thin air, leaving behind nothing but these silent stone mysteries. Scientists date the spheres to approximately 1,000 years old, but some believe they may be much older, a relic of an era when the climate and geography of these places were completely different. Unfortunately, many of these priceless artifacts were irretrievably lost. The discoverers, driven by a thirst for profit, were convinced that gold was hidden within the spheres. They mercilessly blew them up with dynamite, but instead of treasure, they found only solid stone. In rare cases, voids were indeed discovered within, but these were of natural origin and contained nothing of value. Nevertheless, despite the barbaric destruction, the mystery of the stone spheres did not disappear. Rather, it only deepened. Today, some of the surviving spheres are under UNESCO protection and collected in a national park, but many remain where the ancient masters left them, in the depths of the jungle, half embedded in the earth. Covered in thick moss and entwined with vines, they resemble giant eyes of the earth itself, gazing at us from the abyss of time. There's a bolder hypothesis. What if the sphere's perfect shape served not an aesthetic purpose, but some energetic one? Ancient civilizations around the world considered the sphere a perfect form, capable of accumulating and concentrating cosmic energy. Perhaps these stones were created as a kind of power accumulator or beacon for powerful rituals. Interestingly, some paranormal researchers claim that compass needles go crazy and sensitive electronics malfunction near the spheres. Official science doesn't confirm these claims, but the phenomenon continues to attract not only archaeologists, but also physicists, geologists, and esotericists. Today, standing among these silent stone giants, one can't help but feel a strange tension in the air. They are silent, yet their presence is almost tangible. At night, when the moonlight glides across their smooth sides, they seem to breathe slowly. The wind, rushing between them, creates a quiet, low hum. People who have visited here swear that the stones seem to respond to their footsteps, emitting a barely perceptible vibration emanating from the very depths of the earth. The stone spheres of Costa Rica are more than just an archaeological puzzle. They are a reminder that once upon a time, without metal or complex machines, man could create perfection, guided not by mathematical calculations, but by deep intuition and perhaps long-lost wisdom. Whoever their creators were, they understood something about the universe that eludes our modern, pragmatic minds. And when you watch the raindrops trickle down their perfect curves, it seems as if these stones are alive, and they're simply waiting for the day when humanity finally remembers why they were carved from the very heart of the earth. Now let's move from the jungles of the New World to southern Turkey, to the heart of ancient Cappadocia. Here, beneath the sun-baked earth, lies a city that has never seen the light of day. Its name is Derinkuyu. Beneath the silent hills and bizarre cliffs of solidified lava, streets, squares, temples and wells stretch for miles, carved from stone by unknown masters of the past. Here, you can descend 18 levels into the depths of the planet and never emerge above ground. This city is unlike any other. It seems to have been created not for living, but for salvation. The story of its discovery, as often happens, began by pure chance. In the 1960s, a local resident, deciding to expand the basement of his house, began breaking down one of the walls. Suddenly, his tool fell into the void. Behind the fallen stones, a dark passageway opened up, leading into the unknown. When the beams of a flashlight pierced the centuries-old darkness, an incredible scene appeared before the astonished farmer. Stone corridors, precise steps, and perfectly carved arches descended somewhere deep into the earth. Thus, beneath his modest home, one of the entrances to a gigantic underground metropolis was discovered. It was later discovered that there are dozens of such entrances, all leading to a vast network of tunnels. Derinkuyu descends more than 60 meters. It contains everything necessary for self-sufficient living: kitchens with fireplaces, wineries with presses, deep wells, enormous granaries, living quarters, meeting halls, schools, and even chapels. Some of the chambers are so large that they could shelter up to 2,000 people at a time. But the most astonishing thing is the air. Even on the lowest levels, it remains fresh and cool, and the walls are smooth, as if they were carved not by a primitive pickaxe, but by a high-tech machine. Modern engineers are still amazed by the ingenuity of the ancient ventilation system. Dozens of shafts, dug to depths of up to 80 meters, provide a constant flow of clean air. This entire gigantic underground city literally breathes, despite not having a single window. In addition to ventilation, the builders provided the inhabitants with water, having dug wells down to underground rivers, and protection, massive stone doors resembling millstones. These multi-ton discs could be rolled along special chutes, sealing the tunnels tightly from the inside. Capable of withstanding colossal pressure, they seem designed not to stop an enemy with a sword and spear, but something far more terrifying that might come from without. Archaeologists cautiously speculate that the city may have been founded by the Phrygians in the 2nd millennium BC. However, this date is highly questionable. The lower levels of Derinkuyu are clearly much older than the upper ones. The walls there are carved from solid volcanic tuff with such precision that no traces of primitive tools remain. Moreover, some tunnels extend for kilometers, connecting with other neighboring underground cities. It's possible that an entire underground country, connected by passages tens of kilometers long, lurks beneath all of Cappadocia. But the main mystery is why. Why did people need to go so deep underground? According to one theory, they were fleeing enemy invasions. But was it really necessary to build a shelter of such incredible scale, designed to accommodate tens of thousands of people for many months? Other scholars have suggested that the city served as a defense against natural disasters, such as volcanic eruptions. But the inhabitants of Cappadocia had lived alongside volcanoes for millennia and knew exactly how to deal with them. Besides, underground shelters would hardly have protected them from the suffocating gases and heat. The city's architecture suggests that it was not a temporary refuge, but a place for permanent habitation. It included livestock pens, storage rooms for supplies, oil presses, and enormous vats for fermenting grapes. Everything was organized for the long and peaceful existence of an entire civilization in the bowels of the earth. There's a third, more disturbing theory. What if Derinkuyu was built to protect against a threat from the sky? Ancient Cappadocian legends speak of terrifying times when the sky fell to earth and people were forced to seek refuge under the rocks to escape the deadly light. Perhaps these tales are echoes of a real catastrophe of planetary proportions, such as the impact of a giant meteorite or a powerful solar flare capable of incinerating all life on the surface. A strange feature of the city indirectly confirms this theory. The walls in some tunnels are melted as if they had been briefly exposed to monstrous temperatures. And on one of the lower levels, archaeologists discovered a primitive but eerie image. Carved into the stone with simple lines are creatures with disproportionately elongated heads and enormous round eyes. Some see them as ancient gods, but others believe they represent fear of unknown enemies frozen in stone. These figures resemble neither man nor beast. Their bodies are thin and elongated, and their hands are devoid of any weapons. Derinkuyu remains one of the greatest mysteries in human history. What people possessed the knowledge and technology to carve an entire city from rock and provide it with sophisticated ventilation and water supply systems? There is no answer. Only one thing is clear: this city was built for survival, and its creators crafted stone with a mastery sometimes beyond even our own. Perhaps Derinkuyu is more than just an ancient shelter. It is a stone memorial, a reminder of an era when Earth ceased to be a safe home for humanity. For the first time in history, man understood that salvation must be sought not in the firmament, but in the impenetrable depths of the Earth itself. At the very heart of this underground world, in a central chamber with dizzyingly high ceilings, a colossal stone column rises. It soars upward like a giant atlas, supporting a multi-ton mass of rock on its shoulders. Some researchers speculate that it was an ancient landmark, or a key structural element that protected the vaults from imminent collapse. However, modern instruments reveal something incredible. The column possesses a powerful magnetic field. The compass needle next to it literally goes crazy, spinning helplessly and pointing nowhere. The anomaly hidden beneath its base remains a great mystery, as any excavations in this area are strictly prohibited due to the risk of collapsing the entire structure. Today, the town of Derinkuyu hospitably opens its gates to tourists. But there is one condition. Visitors are permitted access only up to the 8th underground level. All the deeper floors remain hermetically sealed, and the authorities are in no hurry to explain the reasons for this decision. Old-timers whisper of strange sounds being heard in the lowest halls where no living soul dares to descend. They say they resemble the deep, measured breathing of the planet itself. Sometimes impressionable tourists complain of feeling a strange pressure on their eardrums, similar to that before a severe thunderstorm, although here, underground, there is no hint of wind. And while the air in the lower levels remains inexplicably fresh and the corridors breathe the darkness of centuries, one is left with the eerie feeling that this city is not dead. It is alive and patiently awaiting the time when its descendants will once again remember why it was built. Now, let's travel to the very heart of Europe, to a picturesque valley near the Bosnian town of Visoko. Here rises a hill that for centuries everyone considered an ordinary creation of nature, nothing more than a landscape feature. But one day, a local archaeologist and enthusiast named Semir Osmanagic made a statement that came as a bolt from the blue. He claimed that this hill wasn't a hill at all, but a gigantic, veritable pyramid, buried under a 1,000-year-old layer of earth and vegetation. From that moment on, the scientific community was split into two irreconcilable camps. Some scornfully called his discovery the greatest hoax of the century, a brazen forgery. Others saw it as irrefutable proof that the true history of our civilization extends back much further than we dared to imagine. Today, this hill, known as Vysochika, proudly bears the name of the Pyramid of the Sun, and nearby, other similar elevations were discovered, given equally impressive names: the Pyramids of the Moon, the Dragon, Love, and the Earth. This entire complex became the epicenter of one of the most turbulent and scandalous archaeological mysteries of our time. Osmanagic insists that the structure hidden beneath the hill could not have been created by nature. Its slopes form perfectly even triangles, oriented with astonishing, almost impossible precision to the cardinal directions. When researchers removed the topsoil, they were confronted with massive stone blocks, fitted together with pinpoint precision. Some of these megaliths weigh several tons, and they are laid as carefully as bricks in the wall of an ancient fortress. Those brave enough to penetrate the underground tunnels have reported completely inexplicable phenomena. Imagine, the temperature in these labyrinths remains at around 15 degrees Celsius, unchanged both winter and summer. The air is remarkably fresh, although no visible ventilation systems were found. Moreover, narrow, completely dry tunnels with perfectly smooth walls extend from the depths of this supposed pyramid. One gets the complete impression that they were laid not with primitive picks and shovels, but with some complex machine unknown to us. At the very top of the hill, sensitive instruments detected a weak but constant electromagnetic radiation directed strictly vertically into the sky. This beam of energy never faltered, even during the most severe thunderstorms and magnetic storms. Some scientists hasten to declare this merely a rare natural phenomenon, but their opponents are convinced that the pyramid actually generates some kind of stable signal, sending it into space. Attempts to measure the radiation level yielded another surprise. The background radiation inside the complex turned out to be significantly lower than in the surrounding area. It seems as if the very rocks from which the pyramid is constructed act as a giant filter, absorbing harmful radiation. All this only adds fuel to the fire and strengthens suspicions that something lurks beneath the earth that operates according to completely unknown laws of physics. When full-scale excavations began, gigantic ceramic slabs were unearthed. They were colossal in size and weighed several tons. Engraved symbols resembling ancient runic script were discovered on the surface of one of them. Radiocarbon dating revealed something shocking. The organic material found on the slab exceeded 10,000 years old. This figure shatters the official chronology of history, according to which, in that distant era, humanity had barely mastered stoneworking and could not even dream of such structures. But the fact remains. Deep underground, an artifact was discovered that was undoubtedly created by intelligent beings. Researchers working on the project confidently state that the underground tunnel system connects with the Bosna riverbed and forms a complex network stretching over 20 kilometers. Moreover, some of these tunnels were filled in manually, suggesting a deliberate act, Someone deliberately sealed these passages. But why? Perhaps the ancient builders were trying to hide something priceless from the eyes of future generations. Or perhaps they were simply preserving their city for better times so they could one day return here again. Opponents of Osmanagic's theory stubbornly insist that Vysotsika Hill is simply a bizarre geological formation, and the stone blocks are nothing more than natural sandstone strata eroded into smooth slabs. They claim that the pyramid's perfect geometry is an optical illusion created by wind and water over thousands of years. However, they have been unable to clearly explain the extensive network of underground passages. Perhaps the most mysterious part of the entire complex is the enormous stone block, which researchers have dubbed the Ravni monolith. It lies deep in one of the tunnels, covered in centuries-old dust and a layer of mineral deposits. Instruments show that a weak but distinct electromagnetic field emanates from its very center. The walls of many tunnels truly appear to have been carved by humans. Careful passages lead deeper and deeper, and somewhere down there a low hum can be heard, as if some gigantic, unknown mechanism is at work in the depths of the mountain. When compasses or cell phones were turned on near the monolith, the electronics began to malfunction and fail. Some people swear they felt a slight, barely perceptible vibration when touching the stone's surface. Skeptics try to attribute this to the geological properties of the rock, but this fact in no way negates the existence of the mysterious field. Over the years, interest in the Bosnian pyramids has not only not waned, but has even reignited. Tourists, esotericists, serious scientists, and the simply curious from all over the world continue to flock here. Some claim to feel an incredible surge of strength and mental clarity near the pyramids. Others report vivid prophetic dreams after visiting the underground tunnels. Archaeologists from various countries debate until they're hoarse over whether this is truly a grandiose hoax or one of the greatest discoveries in human history. But the truth remains securely hidden beneath a thick layer of clay and stone. Legends are passed down from generation to generation among local residents that, in ancient times, this valley was inhabited by amazing people who could communicate with the earth itself. These people built their temples not from stone, but from the mountain itself, believing that a true temple is one that grows from the earth itself. According to the elders, one night all the stars in the sky went out, and a blinding beam of light struck the mountaintop. Afterward, an unbearable heat erupted from the earth, and the people abandoned the valley forever. From that time on, no one could live here for long. Modern studies using ground-penetrating radar have fully confirmed the presence of extensive geometrically regular voids beneath Vysotsika Hill. In some places, they form distinct rectangular chambers and long galleries. In one area, a zone of anomalously high conductivity was even discovered, which may indicate the presence of underground metal layers. However, not a single device, even the most powerful, has been able to scan the mountain's surface deeper than 20 meters. The signal simply disappears, as if an invisible screen were dampening it from within. The orientation of the entire complex is particularly striking. If you connect the tops of the pyramids of the Sun, Moon, and Dragon on a map, you'll get a perfect equilateral triangle, the sides of which point precisely north, south, and east. Achieving such astronomical precision without complex calculations is simply impossible. Moreover, the lines of this triangle intersect at points that coincide with the locations of ancient burials in the valley. This suggests that ancient architects created not just individual structures, but a single gigantic system, united by a common design. Osmanagic is convinced that the pyramid was actually a gigantic energy device that converted the Earth's energy into high-frequency vibrations. And despite all the criticism, independent specialists who conducted measurements later confirmed the presence of powerful electromagnetic currents directed strictly vertically upward. However, no one can explain their origin. All this turns the Bosnian pyramids into a true phenomenon, balancing on a fine line between science and myth. If they are truly man-made, then the entire history of Europe begins much earlier than we are accustomed to believing. If they are, in fact, a work of nature, then they are a miracle in themselves, perfectly imitating the architecture of ancient civilizations. The Bosnian pyramids have become a symbol of mystery, forcing all of humanity to ask new questions about their own past. Who built them? Why? And how? So far, none of the proposed answers have stood the test of time. This means the pyramid continues to fulfill its primary role, capturing the world's attention and reminding us that not everything that looks like a hill is actually just Earth. Sometimes it's the frozen heart of ancient knowledge, cloaked in grass and silence. Today, this valley has become a place where science and faith come together. Among the grasses and rocks, tourists hear birdsong, and a low hum, like someone's breathing, drifts from beneath their feet. On quiet, moonless evenings, a faint, barely noticeable glow can be seen above the pyramid's summit. Scientists explain this as an optical illusion, a trick of the atmosphere. But locals whisper that these are the spirits of the ancient builders returning to Earth to check if people have forgotten what was once built to unite heaven and earth. Meanwhile, our path leads us through the impenetrable jungles of Central America to the crystal skulls hidden in the lands of modern-day Belize, Mexico, and Honduras. Here, the humid, heavy air is permeated with the scents of ancient fires and vanished civilizations. For decades, archaeologists and treasure hunters have been uncovering artifacts here that defy the accepted chronology of history. These are transparent skulls, seemingly cast from glass, polished to a mirror shine. Their shape and detail are crafted with such incredible, exquisite precision that even the most powerful microscopes cannot detect a single scratch, not the slightest trace of a chisel or grinding tool on their surface. They do not belong to the Mayan, Aztec, or any other known culture. Yet everyone who has been fortunate enough to see them in person agrees on one thing: they look as if they were not created by human hands. The first such skull, which gained worldwide fame, was discovered in 1924. That year, a 9-year-old girl named Anna Mitchell Hedges accompanied her father, a renowned British archaeologist, on an expedition to excavate the ancient city of Lubantun in Belize. Just as the tired sun was setting, its last ray accidentally penetrated a narrow crevice between the stone slabs of the ruins, and the girl saw a mysterious glimmer emanating from beneath the earth. Imagine this scene. Something incredible, almost ghostly, slowly emerges from the thickness of the hot sand, the perfectly smooth, transparent shape of a human skull, as if carved from a single piece of frozen light. This artifact, found in the heart of ancient ruins, would later be given a chilling name: the Skull of Doom. It weighed a full 5 kilograms, but that wasn't the most astonishing thing about it. The lower jaw of the find was mobile, and it articulated with the skull with the perfect precision of a hinge in the most modern and complex mechanism. Scientists, armed with all the knowledge of the 21st century, attempted to unravel the mystery of its processing, but immediately reached a dead end. It was impossible. There wasn't a single chisel mark, not the slightest scratch, on the crystal surface. Under the most powerful microscopes, a truly fantastical picture was revealed. The structural lines indicated that the crystal had been melted and then instantly solidified in this perfect form. Even the most advanced laser technology of our time cannot replicate this without overheating and destroying the fragile structure of rock crystal. When specialists from the renowned Hewlett-Packard laboratory undertook an examination, they only confirmed the impossibility of such a thing. Their verdict was unambiguous. The artifact was made of a quartz crystal of the highest purity, consisting of 2 fused single crystals. This makes its processing not just difficult, but practically impossible. Quartz is comparable in hardness to granite, and processing it by hand without diamond-coated metal tools is a fantasy. However, no traces of metal, not even microscopic, were found on the skull. But that's not all. The crystal's optical axes were precisely aligned. Rays of light, penetrating the empty eye sockets, did not scatter chaotically, but focused on a single point in the forehead, creating an eerie effect of internal luminescence. It was as if the skull was coming alive. And the story of these mysterious finds didn't end with one artifact. In the following decades, similar skulls, like ghosts from a forgotten era, began appearing in Mexico, Honduras, Guatemala, and Brazil. Today, about a dozen such specimens are known. Each is unique, varying in shape and size, but they all share one thing. They are carved from crystal. Some are completely transparent, others have a smoky hue, and still others shimmer with a delicate pink. And all of them demonstrate incredible, incomprehensible craftsmanship and a complete absence of tool marks. Ancient Mayan and Aztec legends say that the gods once created 13 crystal skulls, and when they are all brought together, humanity will finally remember its true origin and purpose. Although this story sounds like a myth, a strange coincidence haunts. To date, approximately 13 such artifacts have been discovered, and their origin remains shrouded in mystery. The Mayan tribes held the skulls in the utmost reverence. They believed that the very first humans on Earth were created from transparent stone, and the gods breathed light into their crystalline bones. Perhaps these incredible objects served as symbols of eternal memory or were ritual instruments that allowed the living to communicate with the souls of their ancestors. Some shamans swear that under certain lighting conditions, the skull begins to emit a soft sound similar to human breathing. Skeptics and scientists alike explain this phenomenon as a simple vibration of air within the crystal lattice. However, those who have heard the sound unanimously claim it is more reminiscent of a mysterious whisper. In the early 20th century, American archaeologist Frederick Mitchell, describing a skull he found in Mexico, claimed something even stranger. He claimed the artifact exerted a powerful influence on those nearby, causing severe dizziness and disorientation. At the same time, scientific instruments detected a weak but stable electromagnetic field around the skull. Similar anomalous effects were observed in the Belize skull. At a certain angle, the crystal produced complex refractions that appeared as internal flashes, as if some invisible movement were occurring within. Some researchers advance a hypothesis that sounds like science fiction. They view the skulls as ancient storage media, a kind of hard drive for vanished civilizations. The crystal skulls of Central America are more than just curiosities from the past. They are like a mirror in which modern humanity sees only its own ignorance. Scientists theorize that the crystalline structure of quartz can store energy and data similar to modern microchips. If this hypothesis is correct, then these crystals may contain the images, sounds, and knowledge of a civilization that has sunk into oblivion. However, to date, no one has been able to decipher these supposed recordings. Each skull remains a silent archive, a dead library, awaiting someone who will one day be able to hear its voice. Skeptics, of course, have their opinions. They claim that all the skulls are nothing more than skillful forgeries created by European artisans in the 19th century. However, detailed analysis of microcracks on the crystal surfaces reveals that most of them are over 1,000 years old. Moreover, some of these artifacts were found long before humanity developed the technology capable of creating them. And the main question remains unanswered. Why would European artisans create such complex and expensive objects, the meaning of which was understood only by distant Native American tribes? Today, crystal skulls are scattered across the world. Some gather dust in museum display cases, others are kept in private collections, hidden from public view. One is in the British Museum, another in Paris, and several remain in Latin America. All are shrouded in silence, and their origins remain as mysterious as the day they were discovered. But no one can deny one thing: these objects are real. And the person, or perhaps not, who created them possessed some lost technology that vanished without a trace thousands of years ago. These days, modern shamans and esotericists gather in the caves of Belize, performing mysterious rituals around crystal replicas of ancient artifacts. They believe these crystals enhance intuition and open the so-called inner ear. Science, of course, doesn't confirm such claims, But the feeling that these objects contain something more than just a stone haunts anyone who has touched them. When the rays of the setting sun pierce the crystal and ignite it from within, a strange illusion arises, as if the skull is smiling. At this moment, it seems as if someone from the abyss of centuries is looking directly at us. Not threatening, but merely reminding us that knowledge, once lost, can one day be revived. All it takes is learning to see not with the eyes, but with memory. Now let's travel thousands of kilometers to the south of Malta, where the sea is the color of blue glass. Here, at the edge of the world, lie the ancient temples of Hagar Kim and Menajdra. According to archaeologists' most conservative estimates, these incredible structures are over 5,000 years old. They are older than the Great Pyramids of Giza, older than the legendary Stonehenge, and the first cities of Mesopotamia. We, people of the 21st century, can measure the speed of light and peer deep into the atom. But how difficult it is for us to understand how these ancient craftsmen transformed cold, lifeless stone into something resembling a living face. Perhaps they truly possessed knowledge that we are only just beginning to discover. The Hagar Kim and Menajdra complexes stand on the very edge of a sheer cliff, as if they were intended not for humans, but for heaven itself. These temples are unlike any other known sanctuary in the world. Their walls curve like living flesh, and the stone passages look like parts of a gigantic organism within which time itself continues to breathe. Hagar Kim, which means standing stones in Maltese, is composed of enormous megalithic limestone blocks, each weighing several tons. Some of the boulders reach over 3 meters in height, and all are carved and installed with a perfect, almost unimaginable precision. The temple's main entrance faces due east. On the summer solstice, the sun rises directly over the stone gates, illuminating the inner chambers with its light. At this moment, it seems as if the entire temple comes alive. Light, filtering through intricately crafted openings in the stone slabs, paints intricate patterns on the walls, reminiscent of spirals and distant stars. Nearby, just down the slope, lies the Menajdra temple, whose architecture is even more enigmatic. Its interior forms a complex spiral structure, believed to symbolize the eternal movement of the sun and moon across the sky. The stone altars are decorated with carved symbols, circles, dots, and waves. Scholars still fiercely debate the meaning of these symbols. Perhaps they are connected to solar cycles, the cult of the feminine principle, or some ancient system of calculation lost along with its creators. The temple walls retain holes that function as perfect astronomical instruments. On the equinoxes and solstices, the sun's rays pass through them and fall precisely on the central slabs, marking the beginning of a new season. This phenomenon is no coincidence. It is the result of precise astronomical calculations performed thousands of years before the invention of the compass. And once again, the same insoluble question arises. How were people living in the Stone Age able to perform such a miracle? There is no answer. No tools capable of shaping the hard limestone with such precision have been found on the island, nor have traces of metal devices capable of moving multi-ton blocks been found. Maltese archaeologists tentatively speculate that ancient builders may have used a complex system of levers and stone balls to roll the boulders. However, no evidence has been found to support this theory. The stone blocks are laid so tightly together that even a knife blade cannot be inserted between them. The walls of these temples, standing without any supports for thousands of years, have survived countless earthquakes and fierce sea storms. The unique acoustics of these structures have attracted particular attention from researchers. Any sound uttered within is amplified many times over, acquiring a deep, low resonance that causes the chest to vibrate. The effect is so powerful that some scientists believe it was intentional. Perhaps ancient priests used the power of their voices and the rhythmic beat of drums to induce trances in themselves and their flocks, or to communicate with the gods through sound vibrations. Experiments have shown that the resonant frequency of the temple walls almost perfectly matches the range of the human voice. This suggests that the architecture was created not only for the eye, but also for the ear. Modern archaeologists believe that the culture that built these temples vanished from the face of the earth almost overnight. Traces of their existence cease around 3000 BC. There is no evidence of war, famine, or natural disaster. People simply moved on, abandoning these places, leaving their majestic temples intact. Why did they leave? Perhaps the climate changed. Perhaps they migrated in search of better lands. However, local legends tell a completely different story. Elders passed down from generation to generation a tale of how a strange hum of light once came from the sea, and those living near the temples heard a sound that made the very stones sing. After this, all the builders vanished without a trace. Only several centuries later did other peoples appear on the island, who had no idea who had erected these cyclopean walls. There's a theory that Haga Kim and Menajdra weren't just temples, but part of a vast complex dedicated to the worship of Mother Earth. Numerous figurines of exaggeratedly rounded female figures, which archaeologists have tentatively dubbed fertility goddesses, were found inside. However, these figurines bear no resemblance to the images we're accustomed to. These are not portraits of real women. Their faces are deliberately blurred, their features are absent, and their enormous, disproportionate eyes stare into eternity. Their figures are more like encrypted messages than depictions of living people. Some researchers theorize that these statues symbolize not a specific woman, but the primordial force that binds together the three elements: heaven, earth, and water. Here, in secret chambers beneath the stone slabs of the Menajdra temple, archaeologists discovered hidden chambers filled to the brim with burnt animal bones. Apparently, these dark niches were the site of bloody sacrificial rituals for millennia. But the strangest thing was yet to come. Among the remains of sacrificial animals were fragments of broken stone idols and shards of clay vessels. Analysis revealed that the clay from which they were made was not native to the island. This discovery was a real sensation, as it proved that the ancient builders maintained contact with the outside world, possibly with mainland Europe or even with mighty Egypt. And yet, the architectural style of these megaliths remains completely unique. It resembles neither the majestic pyramids of the Egyptians, nor the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, nor the palaces of the Aegean civilization. Fast forward to the end of the day. As the sun begins to set, its rays fall on the ancient stones at a peculiar angle, and something incredible happens. It seems as if the gigantic boulders begin to breathe. Shadows begin to move, and the spirals carved into the stones seem to come to life and begin their slow dance. In these moments, it becomes clear the temples have not lost their purpose even today. They continue to conduct their silent dialogue with the heavens. People who find themselves inside these structures often describe a strange sensation, a heaviness in the chest, as if the air suddenly becomes thick and viscous. Some hear a low, vibrating hum, like the singing of a distant choir. Of course, science has an explanation, the special acoustics of the rooms, but a dry scientific explanation cannot dispel this almost mystical feeling, as if the temple itself is reacting to your presence. But there's another, even greater mystery. If we open a map and connect the temples of Menajdra, Hagar Kim, and the gigantic Gantija complex on a neighboring island with straight lines, we'll see a perfect triangle. Remarkably, its sides align perfectly with the direction of our planet's main magnetic fields. But that's not all. The vertices of this gigantic triangle point to the sites of other great megalithic structures in ancient times, including Stonehenge in England and the Great Pyramids in Egypt. Is this an incredible coincidence? Or did the ancient builders possess sacred knowledge of the Earth's global geometry? This question remains unanswered. The Maltese temples are more than just a pile of stones. They are the very breath of eternity, frozen in time. Just step inside and touch the cold wall with your palm to feel a barely perceptible low-frequency vibration beneath your fingers. Perhaps it's the rumble of underground waters or the echoes of distant surf. Or perhaps it's the very memory of stone, preserving the memories of those who communicated with the universe not through words, but through form and geometry. These ancient structures do not ask, do not explain, and do not teach. They simply stand, their stone gaze directed toward the horizon, where every morning the sun performs its eternal ritual of rebirth. And when the first rays illuminate the ancient masonry, the absolute silence is filled with light, as if the heavens themselves, for a moment, recall the place where their prayer once began. Now, let's move from the arid islands of Malta to the turbulent waters of the Aegean Sea, to the strait between the islands of Kythera and Crete. Here, at the very beginning of the 20th century, a fierce storm lifted something incredible from the seabed, the wreckage of an ancient ship. This artifact, hidden for over 2 millennia beneath thick layers of water, silt and coral, was discovered completely by accident in 1901 by a team of sponge divers. They expected to find wine amphorae or jewelry on the sunken vessel, but instead they stumbled upon a shapeless lump of greenish bronze, a complex web of wheels and plates. At the time, no one could even imagine what they held. Only after many decades of research did the world realize that what they held was not just a fragment of an ancient instrument, but perhaps the most complex and mysterious device ever created by man. This artifact, named after the place where it was found, the Antikythera mechanism, dates back approximately 2,000 years. It's quite small, about the size of a modern shoebox, but its internal structure boggles the minds of even the most sophisticated modern engineers. Concealed within its casing were over 30 bronze gears, each with teeth carved with incredible, almost mathematical precision. When scientists were able to piece together the disparate fragments and X-ray them, they were truly shocked. This wasn't decoration or part of a navigational device, it was a genuine calculating machine. The ancient Greeks created the world's first analog computer, which could predict planetary movements with astonishing accuracy, calculate the dates of solar and lunar eclipses, display the phases of the moon, and even determine the time of the next Olympic Games. But how was this even possible? The entire official history maintains that around the 1st century BC, humanity lacked the technology to create such complex devices. Metallurgy was in its infancy, precision measuring instruments were unheard of, and creating such complex gear trains by hand was considered utterly impossible. And yet, here it is, before us, the Antikythera mechanism, an artifact that shouldn't exist. Researchers discovered inscriptions in ancient Greek on its body that turned out to be a kind of operating manual. Deciphering it confirmed that the device was used for astronomical calculations. One of its scales predicted solar and lunar eclipses, another tracked the complex cycles of planetary motion. When scientists compared the calculations of this ancient device with data from modern computer models, they were stunned by its accuracy. The error in calculations for decades to come was no more than a few minutes. So who was the genius who created this machine? There are many theories. Some researchers attribute its creation to the great Archimedes, others to an entire school of unknown astronomers from the island of Rhodes. It's possible that it was the result of the collective work of brilliant scientists obsessed with the idea of translating celestial mechanics into metal form. But the most incredible thing about this mechanism isn't even its precision, but the very logic of its design. All its parts fit together so perfectly, as if they were machined on modern CNC machines, which, of course, didn't exist back then. There's not a single superfluous part in this device. Each gear performs its own unique function, and the entire system is a model of perfect engineering harmony. When modern reenactors assembled an exact replica of the mechanism, they made another astonishing discovery. This device doesn't simply count, it displays a miniature model of the universe. By turning just one handle, one could set the entire universe in motion. Inside the case, the Sun, Moon, and the then-known planets began their dance, rotating in precise accordance with their orbital cycles. all these celestial bodies were linked by a complex system of gears that precisely imitated the laws of the cosmos. But this is more than just a scientific instrument. It is an entire philosophy embodied in bronze. Some scholars even suggest that the mechanism served ritual rather than scientific purposes. In ancient times, priests of astronomical cults used complex calculations to predict eclipses, which were considered signs from the gods. It is quite possible that this mechanism was part of a sacred altar, which clearly demonstrated the will of the heavens to mere mortals. One of its plates even bears the words Aphrodite's phase and Hermes' cycle, directly linking the movement of the planets with mythology, transforming precise science into a mystical mystery. In the 20th century, dozens of the world's finest minds struggled to decipher this device. Detailed X-ray analysis revealed that far more components were preserved within than initially thought. Hidden beneath thick layers of oxide were new elements and additional dials. One of these, it turned out, tracked the 29-year cycle of Saturn, and the other, the 18-year cycle of eclipses known as the Saros cycle. It's hard to believe, but only those who conducted continuous astronomical observations over many centuries could have achieved such precision. Most astonishingly, after the creation of this masterpiece, similar technologies disappeared for nearly 2,000 years. Europe was able to return to complex gear trains only during the Renaissance. This suggests that the knowledge embedded in this mechanism was irretrievably lost and long forgotten. Skeptics claim this device was a unique, one-off creation of a lone genius. However, recent discoveries in Greece, where fragments with a similar structure were discovered, suggest that an entire engineering school may have existed in ancient times, possessing technologies beyond their time. Where did they disappear to? Perhaps their invaluable knowledge was lost forever in the fire of the Library of Alexandria, where countless scrolls and blueprints were destroyed. Alternative history proponents advance an even bolder hypothesis. They believe the Antikythera mechanism is just one surviving artifact of a powerful pre-civilization whose knowledge far surpassed our own. Such devices could have been used not only for observing the stars, but also for synchronizing with Earth's natural cycles, predicting cataclysms, and even measuring an entirely different, non-human time. To support their theory, they cite the incredible fact that the rotation angles of the gears precisely correspond to the orbital relationships of the planets, relationships that humanity was able to calculate with similar precision only in the 17th century. Interestingly, the ancient Greeks themselves called such devices pneumatics, which can be translated as animated machines. They believed that mechanics could imitate the very soul of the universe. Perhaps the creators of this mechanism saw it not just as a soulless instrument, but as a living reflection of the great cosmos. When archaeologists first turned the handle of the restored replica, the mechanism emitted a soft, melodic metallic ringing, like the sigh of the universe itself. Today, this unique artifact is housed in the National Archaeological Museum in Athens. It rests behind glass, under the cold light of spotlights, and appears deceptively fragile. But if you peer at it a little longer, you realize this is more than just an ancient device. It is tangible evidence that the human mind once reached heights we can only dream of today. Looking at these tiny gears, you feel not so much awe as a quiet, primal fear. After all, if such knowledge truly existed, where did it go? Who deprived humanity of this technology, and why? And why did history itself choose to erase this chapter from its memory? Modern engineers have repeatedly attempted to recreate the mechanism in its original form. Some replicas actually function, demonstrating the movement of the moon and sun with high precision. However, no craftsman in the world has been able to craft its components by hand the way the ancient Greeks did. Even with the most modern machines, microscopic errors remain that are completely absent from the original. This suggests that its creators possessed tools and metalworking techniques of which we have no idea. And there's another strange fact. Metal analysis has revealed that the bronze from which the components are made contains unusual impurities that baffle modern metallurgists.